Who am I kidding? Why am I arbitrarily waiting for the timer to go down when I'm ready to go? Chat, we have made it through another stream week. Don't be fooled though. This is not the final stream of the week. It's the final stream of the week in that it's going to be a 4-hour react in the format that I normally do. You know what I mean, right? Where I'm here like this. We're going to watch things. We're going to go, oh, we're going to go, we're going to go, yeah, we're going to go, hee hee, right? That's what we're doing today. This is the last one of these streams this week. Tomorrow, it's... I'm going to do none of that. There's going to be no scratching. I've never scratched a record in my... Nah, that's not true. I have tried it, but I'm not going to do that. There's going to be none of that tomorrow. I will be spinning some tunes, though. That is what will happen. So that's how you know that that's going to be good. Welcome everyone in the chat. We got loads of people in the chat already. Hello, Weenus of Law, Middle Earth Marxist, Catgirl Steph, Ninny161, Harper Laptop, Nap Taker. How are you all doing? B-Rat, what's going on? We also got Barn Program. How are you doing, Han? How are you? It's good to see you. My beautiful partner. It was the Pogger times, it was the Cringer times. Yeah, that's right. I'm feeling really good about myself. You know, I'm getting back into this regular streaming schedule. I am being consistent. I am still blessed with my health. You know, touch wood that things are not going to go downhill in that regard. And yeah, very, very happy with it. I've been working all day. I've been finalizing my script and choosing different parts of it to be said on camera and said with a voiceover. And I started filming it, so that's all there ready to go. Go and check that out on my Patreon. There's a free public post, which is a rather cute picture of Tom. He is thinking that it's all about him. Melpert, I should say. A little cute picture of Melpert, Peebo Melpert. He's thinking that the video is going to be about him. It's going to star him, and it's a really cute video, so check out the Patreon. It's a free post that. You can have a little look at that for yourself. And it might incentivize you to subscribe monetarily to get some extra behind-the-scenes footage that could be just as cute, or maybe not at all. So that's good. Yeah, I've been filming that. Stressful as well, because this happens every single time I go to film a video, right? And what you have to remember, chat, is that this is often what I'm doing, right? This is often what happens when I'm filming a video. Yeah? This is literally, from now, this is what happens. Kevin McDonald is a stinky little goblin man who looks like he is a referee of... Kevin McDonald is a stinky little goblin man who looks like he's a referee of Mordor versus Isengard football and sounds like he can actually cast spells to make reality not real. Okay. Kevin McDonald is a stinky little goblin man who looks like a referee of Isengard versus Mordor football and... right? And so on and so on. Like, that's what it is for most of the time, yeah? For most of the time that I'm trying to film this video, and I made sure that everything was charged and everything before I started filming, and I was like, yeah, this is fine. This is definitely enough time. I have enough charge in this battery to be able to do maybe 3 full recordings, like 3 full 20-minute segments, because the camera, the memory card, the way that the camera works only records in 24-minute segments anyway, and I have to account for, right, how much time have I got before the stream? Right, I've probably got an hour and a half, so I'll probably be able to do 3 24-minute segments, and so I'm accounting for that, and then I get halfway through the 24-minute segment, and my monitor, my little monitor that I've got, it just fucking gets rid. It just dies, and I'm like, oh no, what's happened? Yeah, I ran out of battery because I haven't used the battery in a long time. I haven't used the camera in a long time, And so that meant that I actually didn't have enough charge to get me through 3 24-minute segments. So I've only done 2 24-minute segments. So I spent 50 minutes recording this video today, and that's minus setup time, getting the lighting right, you know, having a wash, making myself look nice, yada, yada, yada. So, you know, it's been all that. It's been all that. It's been all that today. And I can't remember why I was saying that. Why did I even say that? I'm just explaining to you what my day's been like. What am I missing here? It was the Bogger times, the Cringer times, yeah, slapping the bass, just scranning blackberries on floor, mint, that's proper good. And he'd be right, it is all about the boy, it is all about the boy. Free samples, yum, that's right. I too am unable to let go of Ghostbusters Reagan Gander, that is. You mean it's not all in one single perfect take? Illusion shattered. That's right. Hi, Ezron Carver of Graven Images. Reaver Claw, how are you doing? Prince Infidel, good to see you. Steph, did I say hi to you earlier? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, you were here earlier. Speaking of Middle-earth, a Hobbit game was released today. Put it in the Discord. You could do gardening, so if I had Windows 10 or 11, I'd be sold. There's a Hobbit game where you could do gardening. A Tale of the Shire, a Lord of the Rings game. Oh boy, this looks like it might get sued. It doesn't have the official thing on it, right? The official right? It doesn't have the official thingy. Thank you for the hydrate, half a laptop. I will be doing that. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing some drum and bass weenus. So not too dissimilar to the kind of jungle tracks that you're hearing in the background, but I tend to play more hardcore, heavy drum and bass that's like nasty and gross, and you know, people have been in and been like, is this dubstep? And it's not. It just kind of sounds like that. I like, yeah, hell yeah, that's good. Mia Mulder just released an update video about her YouTube channel where she goes over how hard it was to maintain the energy of that high-speed delivery of information that video essays demand. Right, yeah. Which is kind of why I'm like, I don't want to be a video essayist. Do you know what I mean? I just kind of want to, like, get on the fucking... Whatchamacallit? I just want to get on the camera and just be like, yo, this landlord guy's a fucking knobhead. And not get sued and told off and all that business, right? Scranning blackberries on Floop. You're on your phone. You're on your phone watching my stream outside. And the Fallowfield loop, that's what you mean. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't. My muscles are screaming. I'm going to assume it's because I haven't had enough water, yeah. Hey, Rat Freak, how you doing? Mia doesn't either. It's basically her retirement as a video essayist. Yeah, that's a good shout. Sort of stuff that makes your face scrunch up. Love beats like that. Yes, right. Yeah, no, yeah, I realized that as soon as I said it. I was keeping it code word. Well, yeah, you see, that's the thing. I don't know that code word, so... really need some cheering up this eve. EHRC have just announced that they're straight up ignoring 50% of the responses to the trans consultation, that they're putting the rest through an AI to summarize the results. Love having my rights decided by predictive text. Yeah, fuck that, Reaver Claw. That sucks. I mean, look, right? The way that we get real liberation for trans people is by organizing, and I think as queer people we really need to be thinking about the illegitimacy of these big queer charities like Stonewall in the UK, who are absolutely garbage at saying anything about trans rights, and even had a transphobic dog whistle in their recent update about queer rights, right? And we need to think about how do we create a radical queer union that is prioritizing trans rights, that is involved with everybody. Like, everybody is involved. All the queer community. Gays, lesbians, bisexuals, queers, cis or trans, and we do it all together, right? That's the way that we do it. And we seize the means of trans healthcare, which is extremely easy to do, except for testosterone. I don't really know much about testosterone, and it's also a controlled substance in the UK, so I'd never tell anyone to break the law, and you shouldn't do that. But estrogen is not a controlled substance, and you can just, like, have that, and it's extremely easy to make. So, you know, there you go, right? We reclaim that stuff for ourselves, and don't let there be this fucking bullshit middleman decide what our siblings, whether our siblings can or cannot have healthcare, right? Tea is tightly controlled in North America too. Yeah, fucking thanks, bodybuilders. Thanks, fucking steadhead bodybuilders, right? It's fucking dog shit. Not just bread, we want titty pills too, tongue in cheek. Yeah, exactly. It's important. Extremely important. That's how we get it. And yeah, fuck the EHRC, fuck the Supreme Court. It doesn't matter. None of that shit fucking matters. Because we will just take it for ourselves, right? Sorry, I don't mean to sound dismissive. It does matter, and these kinds of things can be really, really upsetting, and I'm really fucking sorry that it's, like, upset you, Reaver Claw, but, yeah, you know. We will come together and organize, and, yeah, we really do have to think about, like, how can we get a proper queer union on the go in this country, right? Hey Link, how are you doing? Good to see you. Fragile masculinity making tea harder to get, right? So fucking ridiculous. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, like, it's a really fucking shit situation, and I just like want to tell more cis queer people, like particularly cis queer men, who seem to be so, like, just uncaring about trans people, and in fact are so ready to throw them under the bus. I just want to fucking grab them and shake them. It's like, do you not know they are coming for us? They are coming for all of us, right? Like, you don't get it. You don't fucking get it. Nothing is gonna save us. Doesn't matter how many of our, you know, how are you gonna feel when you think like, oh well, you know, I'm not gonna say anything about trans rights, and then later on, when they're putting all of us in a camp together, you're just gonna be there like, oh shit, I wish I'd have done something. I wish I'd have done something then, when I knew that actually we had more power. And now we don't, because they fucking divided us, and they've made it easier for us to be fucking corralled, right? Like, come on, man. We gotta figure that out. We gotta get a way to get it moving, to get it organized. Cause like I said, fuck Stonewall, fuck, you know, there's that other one as well, like the LGBT Foundation, that's just like not really doing a lot of stuff. Like, what is it? The Coalition of Queer People, and it's just like a bit crap. Coalition of Queer Orgs. I can't remember what it's called. Does anyone know what I'm on about? Am I chatting rubbish? Gay kid works at my work. He organized the Wizard movie marathon and was offended and cross when people called him on it. Yeah, it's just bullshit. Like, what are you doing? What are we doing? What's even going on? Right? It's just crazy. It's just fucking crazy to me. It's crazy making. Hey Devin, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, so what we're gonna do today, I was just saying, did I even mention it on the stream? I can't remember. I'm a bit tired. Like I said, I've been working a bunch. I've been working a bunch today. I've been doing the script. I've been working on my new video. And also, I will say this, my new video is a little bit more taxing because there's bits in the video where I talk about like numbers and percentages. So it's also like been a bit taxing in terms of like trying to figure out if what I'm talking about makes sense, because I really, really obviously do have dyscalculia and I cannot do numbers. I just cannot do numbers, percentages, anything like that. I had to speak to my dad and be like, hi dad, you've bought and sold a house, right? So how do these numbers work? Is what these numbers that I'm saying, do they make sense? And I read him the bit in the script and he was like, yeah, you got that right. And I was like, oh. And I had this like trauma callback to like when my dad used to, what my dad used to do. I mean, it could certainly be argued to be like abusive, but I don't think he was, I just don't think he knew what he was doing. But basically like when I was bad at maths back in the day, he would like go through my homework, and if I got a sum wrong, like if I got some shit wrong, he would be like, right, do that same one, write it over and over again 100 times. Write that sum down 100 times. And it would be like, it just made me hate it. It just made me hate it so much. I was like, this is so much worse. Maybe you should outsource it to a math quiz. Sophie seems like a math quiz. Yeah, she is. Yeah. No, it's all good. I believe my dad. He knows what he's on about. So, and I'm pretty confident in myself as well that bit is like pretty solid. Chris Ball's released by Zion Nazis. Yeah, that was yesterday, right? That was yesterday. You should just be able to put that in the chat, Steph. I think anyone with a sub is able to do it. My dad used to work in a market stall in the East End, and you just can't believe that I can't do sums in my head fast. This is a learned skill, not genetic. Chill. Yeah, exactly. I get performance anxiety over counting or having to do math quick. Yeah, me too. It's bad. It's proper bad. Too used to being spanked by the bot. Yeah, I've got to fix it. Sorry, peeps. It's not good, is it? Yeah, no, this is good. Let's read through this before we get into, like, the chilling part of the stream. Early Thursday morning, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition announced that Amazon labor union founder Chris Smalls had been released from Israeli prison. According to the group, Smalls is currently on his way to the Allenby Bridge border crossing between the West Bank and Jordan. What time was this? I don't know. According to the group, Smalls is currently on his way to the Allenby Bridge border between the West Bank and Jordan. Jordan is expected to fly to Newark. Labour Party USA, an organisation founded by Smalls, confirmed on Instagram they were planning a welcoming party at Newark Airport on Friday morning. Smalls' detention and arrest caused international outrage. The Israeli Defense Force boarded the Handala. Smalls was detained and beaten by the IOF. He was the only black member of the Freedom Flotilla on the Handala. Freedom Flotilla Coalition confirms that upon arrival in Israeli custody, U.S. human rights defender Christian Small was physically assaulted by 7 uniformed individuals. They choked him, kicked him, leaving visible signs of violence on his neck and back. Still, despite Smalls having been profiled by every major media outlet in the US where he successfully led the union drive at Amazon, not a single major media outlet has covered his violent detention by the IOF 5 days ago. Even worse, the majority of American unions ignored his beating by the IOF. Teamsters President Sean O'Brien, whose union the Amazon Labor Union is affiliated with, is yet to denounce his detention. Instead, O'Brien, who famously spoke in praise of Trump at the RNC this summer, took to social media today to promote an interview with Tucker Carlson. America's Flight Attendant Association President Sarah Nelson did denounce the IOF's beating of Smalls. This is how the IOF treats American citizens traveling with media attention. It brings even more credibility to the reports of their abuses of Palestinian civilians. I stand in solidarity with my brother Chris, the civilians in Gaza, and all working towards peace and dignity for all. End this horror. Yeah, Teamsters are fucking nightmares, right? Howdy, listen to the stream on the drive home. Nice one, Johnny. Nice one. While most American unions stayed silent, the 750,000-member Canadian Union of Public Employees, CUPE, largest union in Canada, did denounce the IOF's treatment of Smalls. CUPE stands in solidarity with US Labour leader Chris Smalls and all the activists unlawfully detained by Israel while on board, delivering aid to Gaza. We condemn this brutality and call for their immediate release. With Smalls returning to the United States, it will be interesting to see whether he speaks publicly about his beating at the hands of the IOF, which will draw more attention to the plight of Palestinians within the labor movement. Amazon Labor Union called on the rest of the labor movement to mobilize to denounce the detention of Amazon Labor Union founder Chris Smalls. We honor the call from Palestinian labor unions to disrupt the arms trade and support global workers' actions such as strikes, direct protests, and other efforts. It's always confusing about the Teamsters, right? Because the Teamsters, were they not behind the massive dock workers strike a couple of, like 6 months ago, maybe? Or maybe it was last year. I can't remember when it was. Like you remember that? I'm like the opposite. Half the computer shit I do in my spare time is just producing cool numbers. I've recently had to start doing better visualization so people know what the fuck I'm on about. Yeah, you're a big math person, aren't you? Yeah. My dad straight up thought T was the same as fucking around with anabolic steroids. It was a whole ass thing. He was confused as fuck, but also immediately was gender affirming as fuck. Corrected people immediately, like, okay, weird, a little lost, but based. He's got the spirit. Hell yeah. That's great. No, that's great. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Good stuff. I'm glad that he's out. You know, we need justice for him. We need justice for every Palestinian. We need justice for every person that the IOF has harmed. It's just like so obvious that the IOF are racist as shit. I thought Teamsters was just a general term for mafia-associated union stuff in the US. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, they have to be compromised, right? They have to be compromised, because what other incentive have they got to be like, yeah, Donald Trump's mint. Yeah, Donald Trump is just like sick. And also, I'm gonna be interviewed by Tucker Carlson while saying nothing about... I mean, have they said anything in solidarity with Palestinian unions? Probably not, right? Anyway, chat, I've got some straws. Pretty good in it. God, strawberries are so good. Why are they this good? What else have I got to tell you? Someone was talking about... You were talking about... Middle-earth Marxist was saying, I'm unable to let go of Ghostbusters Reagan Gander that it is. Wait, why did you say that? Did I say something about Ghostbusters? If anyone wants to pep talk me pre-prison tomorrow, that would be mint. I'm gonna do that now. I'm sure the chat can help with that. They have connections going back to the beginning of American organized crime, but Teamster is a term for a job. Yeah, right. Gotcha. So my partner's gonna go see Yulia tomorrow. Yulia, if you don't know, the bot always shouts out her website, which was created by my partner, Barn Program, in the chat. She's our friend. She's my partner's best friend. She's in prison for standing up against genocide, held on remand without trial, and very far away from all the people who love her. She has no family in this country. She's a migrant. And she only has friends who are in Manchester, like a chosen family. Her partner is in Manchester, and they put her in prison in Surrey. So her partner has to, and Han, my partner, her best friend, has to travel down to Surrey every week or so, or every 2 weeks. I mean, her partner goes all the time, like multiple times a week. But Han's going to be going down tomorrow. And it's such a long journey. Han's disabled as well. And it's an incredibly frustrating and annoying journey because you have to get the bus. You have to get the train from Manchester to London. And then you have to get the tube across London. And then I believe there's another train that you get from South London to Surrey, or is it a bus? I can't remember. But it's basically such a huge faff. But yeah, you got this. You got this, Bab. You're going to do it, and it's going to be fine, and you're going to be great, and you're going to get there, and it's going to be really good for Yuli to see you. You know, it's the only thing that she's got in it. And I know that she's going to really look forward to seeing you because she hasn't seen you in a while. And even though it's rubbish and it's such a shit journey, you will be absolutely able to do it. I know you will, and it will be over before you know it. Yeah, if we think about the worst case scenario is that there's like a similar situation to what happened last time, where something out of your control happens and the train has to stop at some point for an hour or so. So I guess just like being mentally prepared for that to be a possibility. And then if it doesn't happen, it'll be like, oh yeah, great, that's good. And then obviously if it does happen, it's shit, but you'll be prepared for it mentally, right? Stop for 5 hours, sorry, yeah, not 1 hour, 5 hours. So turning the 8 to 9 hour round trip to 14 hours or whatever. At night, stuck in a tube. Yeah, it's not great. Would free crash space in London be helpful so you do it over 2+ days, not all in one go? No guarantee, but might be able to reach out to a comrade. Yeah, she's got people that she could stay with. But I don't think you're doing that, are you? Like, tomorrow. I can't remember if you've decided or not. I think that what she's saying is she's just like, you know, it's a stressful journey to do, and she wants support and love. So, you know, give my partner some love in the chat, please, chat. Like, it's super important to support our comrades behind bars for doing things that are trying to stop the fucking genocide that is going on in front of our very eyes every day, right? And if you can't support in any other way, go to freeyulia.com and donate to the campaign. Don't worry about me for the next couple of days. You know, I've hit the dono goal, so if you've got spare money, go and give some money to Yulia's fundraiser, which pays for these trips. Because, by the way, listen, I'm just gonna Google this. Right? I'm just gonna Google this right now. Manchester to London train. And I understand the immediate criticism that most people would have would be like, well, why don't you get a coach? As I said, Hannah's disabled. It's not great for her conditions if she's like sat on a coach for fucking 10 hours, you know what I mean? It's bad enough. It's bad enough being on the train. So I've just Googled there. Manchester Piccadilly to London, all stations. One at 6 a.m, £176, £193, £176. Just don't have time to do coach every week. Right, exactly, yeah. You know, this is how much it costs. This insane system that we're living in the UK, where it's just like, yeah. And it's not even, this is only half of the way. This is only a bit of the way. It's not like, exactly. You actually have to get to Ashford in Surrey, right? So, yeah, just consider that. It's like airline prices. Yeah, trains in this country are fucked. And as I said, this is only part of the way. This is only to London. You know, some of them get cheaper. You got one here that's £29. What's this? In the middle of the day, but she can't get this one because the visiting hours at the prison are like 4 p.m. till 6 p.m. in the week, right? So this is just completely untenable for what we're trying to achieve. A few 3-hour trains here are like €16 at most. Well, yeah, you know, we all know this stuff. We all know this stuff. They get cheaper as the day goes on, so obviously some of the return trips are fine. But, like, she has to get the ones in the morning because... you know. Hey, Parasalamanca, how are you doing? Good afternoon. Yeah, good to see you. I've been very well. How are you? I know if it were me in there, I'd appreciate the hell out of any visit. Right, exactly. Much love, your base, for doing this. Don't forget your headphones, charger, book you swore you'd read at some point, but you haven't yet. Yeah. Yeah, God, I wish. Honestly. Privatized British Railways. It's just fucking disgusting. Thanks, Thatcher. Midlith Monks has said, I saw the wall poster in the picture with the boy from your behind-the-scenes post. Yes. You're right. No, of course Ghostbusters is Reagan-gander. Yeah, 1000%. It's a film that was made in the 80s, in the height of neoliberalism, that was like, you could just start... Academia is failing, and they don't talk about how, you know, the fact that the Ghostbusters are in a university... doing research on paranormal research, they get kicked out because they don't have the funding anymore, and they never talk about how that's the government's fault, right? And then they're just like, right, okay, time to make a small business. And they're basically exterminators, right? The Environmental Protection Agency is the villain, right? Yeah. The EPA. No, we should be allowed to have a nuclear facility in the middle of New York. What is it used for? Catching ghosts. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I haven't seen Ghostbusters in so long, I sort of remember that. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. It's like, it's got a hold on me because it's just... there's just something about it. There's a vibe to Ghostbusters that is like not... It's not found in like any other film. What would I... There's ones that there are films that are like close to it, like a similar kind of vibe where it's like, this is so good that I don't mind this stuff. Right? This is such a good film. There's such good bits of this film that I don't care that the story is weird. I mean, the characters are all interesting characters, and that works for me. You know, you understand every single person's motivations. You understand why they're doing it. It's very, very simple. The story is very simple. It's not really like a hero's journey. None of them are special, right? They're just like schlubby guys that are doing whatever. Like I said, they're just like exterminators. And to be fair to you, right? To be fair to you... Not to be fair to you, to be fair to the writers of the film, the EPA isn't exactly the main villain in the movie. The main villain in the movie is Gozer, right? The ghosts. Gozer the Destroyer. And whoever made the apartment building for Sigourney Weaver that is some kind of like ghost lightning rod. Technically that supernatural entity is the main villain of the movie. The EPA is just like, I don't understand what's going on here, and it's bad. The guy's a Jobsworth, right? The main guy. What's his name? He's a great actor, that guy. The nuke-powered ghost containment unit brings up a lot of moral questions. Yeah, that's right, Weenus. Zool. Yeah, that's right. The type of Reagan politic movies are like The Warriors or Class of 1999. Yep. Defo. Also, hi, Vordrella. How are you doing? A lot of Reagan gander straight up pretends the oil crisis never happened. Yep. There is no Dana, only Zool. Yep. Also, hi, PM. How are you doing? And hi, Orcspecker. How are you? Candid, what are you saying Candid to? Do you mean like the thing that I was trying to say about the... I think in Ghostbusters, Gonsponssters, I think that for me, it's like... It's just a very creative film. And like, yeah, it's a studio film. Yeah, they had a lot of money to do it, but there's so much like stop motion and cool special effects that I like that are like not CGI, obviously, because it was done in the 80s. And it's just got this like really interesting otherworldly vibe to it that is just proper good. Like, all the ghosts are super exaggerated. They're not even like the traditional idea of what a ghost is. It's like, what do you call it? They're all just like mental demons. Like the ghost at the start of the film that is like the old lady, right? And she just floats across the room, and she's just like making all this poltergeist stuff happen, and then the Ghostbusters go up to her and she turns into this. She just becomes this. Yeah, it's like more of a Lovecraftian idea of ghosts. And it's like, it doesn't dive into it. It doesn't try and explain why it's like that or like what's happening or anything like that. It's just like, no, these are like proper weird entities. Yeah, the librarian ghost at the start. Yeah, she turns into this, right? Especially the blowjob ghost. Yeah, you're right. There's a ghost blowjob in that film. Like, I remember watching it as a kid. Genuinely, I would like watch it at my cousin's house, and they had like all the Ghostbusters toys because they were older than me. Like I said, I was born in 1989, so like 10 years after it came out or whatever. Not really 10 years, but you know. So I was like 5 or 6 when I started to know what it was about, and like Ghostbusters 2 had been out, and there was the Ghostbusters cartoon on the TV, which is a thing how I learned about it. But like whenever I went to see my cousins, they would always have like the Ghostbusters toys and shit. And I just remember, like, we watched it, like we sat down and watched all the Ghostbusters films one day on VHS, and I just remember watching it, and it's like, obviously as a kid I would have just been like, what's happening? And they were probably all like taking the piss out of me, and I just didn't know what was happening, right? Most movies back then had a tinge of conservatism in it just by being in the 80s. The John Hughes lexicon is so rife with it. Even Back to the Future to a degree. Got to separate the decade it was in from the analysis a bit. Oh, no, 100%, yeah. Hey, Andy, how you doing? We're just talking about ghost blowjob. I can never tell if that was supposed to be a dream bit or not. It was definitely not supposed to be a dream bit. Dan Aykroyd just gets a ghost blowjob, and it's fine. And no one questions it. And they got away with it. And they got away with it. Because they just make the ghost that is like, you know, a hot girl. It's just a hot girl ghost. And she just becomes invisible. And then, like, his pants get undone. And then he goes, oh! It's fucking great. It's so good. I always wanted the box for Tropic Ghost just in case they were real. Yeah, my cousins had them toys. What do they call it? I'm watching the Ghostbusters cartoon at the moment. I can't remember. Even has a point, but at the same time, fun movie, yeah. Can I tell you about my work and how fucked it is? Go on, Andy. Feel free. We're just in the warm-up section of the stream, you know what I mean? We've got 10 minutes left. No one wanted to be the one to bring it up. Yeah, that's it. Also, hi, Dave Jens. How are you? Did I say hi to you? I can never fucking remember. It's been a week. I can't remember what's going on. I can't remember what I've said. I can't remember what I'm doing. I can't remember what's going on. I don't know who I am. Where am I? The John Hughes films of the 80s. I know exactly what you're on about, PM Triox. Because Uncle Buck, right, is a John Hughes film. No, not Uncle Buck. I think Uncle Buck is a John Hughes film, but Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, right? Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. If you haven't seen the movie, it's not so much of a spoiler. Oh, is it a spoiler though? It can stand on its own, right? It can stand on its own with people knowing that this happens. In fact, I don't even have to spoil it. You got John Candy's character and Steve Martin's character, and the whole way through the film, John Candy's character is making himself out to be like a bit more rich than he is, but you kind of know he's not, right? You kind of know he's not got that much dough. He's like a bit of a shyster. He's a bit of a like, you know, a dodgy businessman. He's trying to sell people like curtain shower rings and stuff, right? And then at the end of the film, you find out that actually he's like really poor, like in a really like bad way, right? And you know, Steve Martin, he's like got this big executive job in New York. He's a marketer. He's a fucking marketer. He works in fucking marketing, chat, right? That's how fucking Reaganomics it is. That's how Reagan Gander it is. And at the end of the film, they're just like in his big house in Chicago, because obviously every John Hughes film has to end in Chicago, and they're just like in his big gaff in Chicago, and they got like a big chandelier, and his family's all there, and it's like really, really like schmaltzy, you know, like makes everything look really like there's that like schmaltz kind of lighting that happens, you know what I mean, in movies like that, where it like makes everything really like bloomy. Like if you think about video game lighting, it kind of like blooms everyone's faces, like the lights are super bright, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. What did Bill Hicks tell marketers to do? Citroën have told people it's now illegal to drive 150,000 cars in the UK until airbags have been replaced. Wait, what? They've not made the airbags to replace them, and we have hundreds of people just in our waiting list. Oh boy. Yeah, that's good, innit? That's good stuff. Nightmare. I'm sorry to hear it, Andy. Holy shit. Oh my god. Speaking about horrible fucking Ghostbusters related stuff. 80s related stuff. I was watching Real Ghostbusters cartoon last night. I'm watching it every night, just so you know. And there is an episode of the Real Ghostbusters where what they decide to do is they're not making enough money catching ghosts, so they decide to become cops. Not just cops, but like private cops, private security. It's mental. Like, what is going on? I was like, I'm not watching this fucking episode, dude. It's so bad. They like changed the Ghostbusters logo. They changed the Ghostbusters logo to just be like a guy wearing like a comedy burglar outfit. They leaned into way harder in the eldritch horror for the ghosts in the cartoon. Although, what the fuck, they already were cops. Yeah, they're already ghost cops. There's an episode where they talk about how they met Slimer, right? About like, cause Slimer's just getting around in the Ghostbusters building, in the Ghostbusters show, and in the Ghostbusters film, Slimer's like an antagonist, you know? He slimes Bill Murray. He just like goes right up to him and slimes him, and he's like eating loads of hot dogs, and he's all scary. And they actually have like a nightmare catching Slimer, like he's a real nightmare to catch. They like trash this fucking hotel trying to catch him. But then in the Real Ghostbusters, he's just like a cute little puppy ghost that they have like running around. But he's also like a freak. He's also like a gross freak, and he like keeps like kissing people. It's so weird. But they do an episode. They do an episode where So mad, just like thinking about it. They do an episode, and I thought it was going to go into something a bit deeper, which was like really exciting. They did an episode called Citizen Ghost, and it's about Slimer and how they made how they like ended up hanging out with Slimer, I guess, or whatever, just like having him around. And I thought it was going to be about how like there are ethics to do with like ghosts and their actual entities, and they should have freedom and understanding and stuff like that. But there's none of that. There's none of that in the episode whatsoever. They just do like this crap, like, oh yeah, well, Slimer was just around and we all didn't like him, and then it was fine. It's just pretty lame, but whatever. It could have been good. It was whatever. It's cartoons, right? It's cartoons to watch. They did Measure of a Man, but for Slimer, no, well, unfortunately they didn't, but there you go. Slimer, the Netflix series, exactly. Welcome to the stream, Splendinavia. How you doing? Did you play the Ghostbusters game that's supposed to be the third movie? No, but I've heard about that. Someone did a video on that, right? I want to watch that. I want to play it even. Well, I'll probably watch someone play it. I want to see people relocate ghosts like bears. Right, exactly. It's why I always like ghost programs. You know, like the programs where they do ghost hunters. And they do, you know, mediums are always like, go towards the light, go towards the light. That's how you get out. Don't worry, you're fine. You can be free and enjoy the afterlife. I enjoy that. I enjoy that kind of closure for a ghost, right? How to play it now, even with emulation. Is it on Steam? Historical sites are ghost nature preserves, right? That would be great, right? That would be really, really good. Busted makes me feel a sense of foreboding dread. Correct. Right, okay, let's get into the stream then, shall we? Should we do some content? Just in case you don't know what's going on today, chat, we don't really have much politics to cover. We checked out Chris Smalls being released from IOF Dungeons. We had a little look at that. We complained about the Teamsters. Crap, rubbish. Teamster response, literally nothing. But I hope that Chris manages to get to Newark safe and sound. But with all that in mind, after the long week that we've had, we are going to enjoy the Atrocity Guide video that we started watching last Thursday. So if you weren't here last Thursday, basically it's about a guy that was involved in the creation of jet engines, probably knew Oppenheimer and all that kind of stuff. And I think the illusion is that he ends up getting too invested in this pseudo-religion that he ends up getting really interested in. What's it called again, Sorka? I can't remember what it's called. And it's implied that he does something horrible, some kind of horrible atrocity or whatever. It's called like the tragedy of Jack Parsons. That's what it is. That's the video that we're watching. So we're reacting to that. We got another hour and a bit left of this. When we're done with this, we're gonna go on to Danny Dyer, I Believe in UFOs. And if you don't know who Danny Dyer is, he's basically just a British actor who's like a bit of a cockney, innit? He gets around and says stuff and yada yada. Yeah, this guy's a Thelemite. Yeah, whatever that is. I've forgotten what it is. The fact that Houdini spent a bunch of his time debunking spiritualists and mediums is always funny to me. Yep. The ancient war between magicians and mentalists. That's right. Yeah, the interview with a Thelemite in this video. And it's good. So that's what we're getting into. We're going to crack on with this. The Dyer UFO stuff is fire. Yeah, I've heard it's like really funny. The main reason I'm watching that is because my partner who's in the chat was like, yeah, you should watch that on stream. So I'm doing that not just for her, but for everyone. For all of us, right? So there you go. Right, chat. Let's crack on with this.
In Thelemic magic, a ritual to invoke a particular force consists of creating a multi-sensory experience in which a place of working is filled with sights, smells, and tastes that are said to be associated with the force in question. Compendiums of spirits, both angelic and demonic, are issued to AA magicians alongside charts of corresponding sensory inputs, which Aleister Crowley claimed to have collated from various religious traditions throughout history, giving students everything they need to construct their rituals. Jack explains.
Chat, who knows what ambergris is? This is a wild thing, by the way. It's used in perfume. Does anyone know what this is? If you know what it is, maybe just go yes. Don't spoil it for everyone, because it's mental. If you don't know what this is, it's fucking crazy. Hey, Ronnie Reeds, how you doing? Oh, well, Steph just said it anyway, so there you go. Yeah, it's whale throw up. It's whale vomit.
Students everything they need to construct their rituals. Jack explains.
Have you seen Crowley's signature? No, I'm sure it's in this.
Symbols, talismans, weapons, and names selected are those which correspond.
It's the thing they extract from the alien in Avatar 2.
So that the entire work is actually a focusing operation. In this sense, it is proper to say that the ritual acts upon the magician, tuning his being to a particular idea. The magician, in turn, reacts upon the universe, bringing this idea into materialization by virtue of his own power. End quote.
I've not seen that one, Han.
Typically ends with a scrying session.
I mean, I must have done because I've seen all of them, but...
their mind to await a vision or some form of communication.
Bob Burger, Gene Belcher, ambergris episode?
Provide unique insights to the magician who conjures them, but the tangible nature of these spirits is often the subject of debate. In an essay titled The Initiated Interpretation
I have knew it was a euphemism for mustard seeds?
Magic,
What?
Aleister Crowley wrote that these conjurable spirits were merely parts of the brain.
Is ritual magic best interpreted as the act of willing forth certain aspects of oneself or an interaction with an external hidden reality?
When Crowley wrote that, he was in what he would later admit was a fairly materialist phase, materialist in the philosophical sense of conceptions of what would normally be called spiritual entities as being merely parts of the brain. And you will get competent and intelligent and effective magicians who argue that that's exactly what's happening. It's simply a way of optimizing and particularizing and targeting certain aspects of our consciousness and working with them. And others will argue just as strongly that these are actual external spiritual entities, and it's definitely not just part of the brain. I think there's plenty of room for both to be true, actually.
In the summer of 1942,
he's a bisexual.
On the 53rd variation of the solid fuel that would power the JATO rocket, Jack Parsons made a discovery that forever changed the field of rocket science. He discarded black powder altogether as a fuel source, and instead substituted a new mixture consisting of two main ingredients, roofing tar and the oxidizer potassium perchlorate.
It's at this point that Parsons makes a leap of insight that is basically revolutionary. No one had thought of this before. No one had seen this.
Carefully heated into liquid form, this mixture was poured rather than packed into the rocket, where it cooled into a perfectly solid brick that burned more evenly, powerfully, and reliably than any of the squad.
B-Rat says, I used to hang out with a few Thelemites eons ago. What do you mean? What do you mean? In a past life?
Theories have been put forth as to how Jack came up with the idea, such as...
One who reads, thanks so much for the sub. Thanks for supporting the stream, appreciate you.
Seeing roofers applying the substance in one of Pasadena's developing suburbs. But his true source of inspiration remains the subject of speculation.
When you were much younger, right?
Jet-assisted takeoff. Depending on the type of plane, a reduction in takeoff run of...
You think Crowley looks like Werner Herzog?
Not to mention a definite increase in the rate of climb. With the igniter in place, the unit is now ready for attachment to the plane. A very simple job.
Set flaps full down. Assist takeoff power switch on. Check to be sure that there's no one between the rockets and the tail. And throttle up to normal takeoff manifold pressure and RPM. Pull the trigger and hold it down, holding fast with your brake. Keep the trigger down till you feel the thrust of the rockets.
Okay. I was gonna say, what the hell are you talking about? But actually, yeah, nah, you're right.
When you're clear, pull the release and drop the units.
That's kind of crazy.
They're expendable once they've done their job.
think this just happens when you become an old man, right? Your face starts to melt a little bit.
The Rocketeers began.
He's just got similar hair and
soon
his G-bones are all weird. But yeah, kinda.
The U.S. Navy was using them in the war.
If you needed a short field and you needed to get up in the air in a hurry, you could put this JATO on the side of the aircraft and get the aircraft to move.
I keep thinking that they're saying JO
into the air. This was great for short field takeoffs.
Not only was the takeoff time nearly cut in half, but planes could now carry additional cargo, with the extra weight offset by the rockets. Headlines were calling jet-assisted takeoff America's new weapon against the Axis powers.
From the very beginning, remember, JATO is an explosive device. If
Yeah, you need some JO crystals on them planes.
Or is roughly handled, put it in segregated storage and report it immediately to responsible authority.
The Suicide Squad materialized into a proper company, taking the name Aerojet. Solid-fuel JATOs were their flagship product, and as long as the war continued, business was nearly guaranteed. To commemorate, Jack purchased a 10-bedroom, 8-bathroom mansion located in a Pasadena suburb called Millionaire's Row. And it was here, in the house that would...
I'm already kind of believing that I don't really agree that whatever happened to this guy was a tragedy.
...become infamously nicknamed
Not sure I agree with that.
Parsonage, that both Jack's magical and professional lives took an unexpected turn. The mansion was located at 1003 South Orange Grove Avenue and was known by the citizens of Pasadena as home to millionaire and lumber operator Arthur Fleming. Fleming was beloved in Pasadena for donating much of his land and wealth in order to transform Caltech into the prestigious university it had become.
Alright, don't spoil it for his pair.
The mansion, Fleming was given
we're halfway through watching it
in the local press, and his home and furnishings were auctioned.
Look, we're 50 minutes in.
After Jack Parsons took ownership, the atmosphere changed. The OTO temple was moved from the attic in East Hollywood to the mansion's upper story, with several fellow Thelemites moving into the home's many spare bedrooms and adjacent buildings.
There's no thesis, I lied. Okay, good.
Offering evening courses in magic and occult philosophy, directed incoming visitors to the Fleming Mansion, where we
seems like he bought it for religion better than status, if that's better. Nah.
More lavish surroundings.
Nah, it's gonna end up proper bad, innit?
Gnostic and Catholic Church of light, life, love, and liberty. The word of whose law is the Lamb.
Who is this guy? That's what we're learning, Weenus.
First year in the mansion, police records show local complaints of nude pregnant women jumping through a bonfire in the front yard in what appeared to be a religious ceremony.
Yeah, that's all fine.
Another neighbor was on record calling the mansion, quote, a gathering place of perverts.
Yeah, that's still okay. Unless it's bad perverts. Unless it's like debate perverts.
War entered its fourth year. Jet-assisted takeoff was growing in prominence as the Germans made a battlefield debut of their own version of the technology. The Navy soon increased their order to 20,000 JATO units per month, and Jack's new company, Aerojet, expanded into additional locations across California to meet the growing demand.
That was a contract that they did for the War Department. Proved to be very successful, ultimately led with other contracts that followed.
This guy's headroom is always killing me off, like
laboratory in 1943.
Proper weasting me out.
Jet Propulsion Laboratory, America's first and one of the world's foremost rocket research centers.
In response to Germany's development of the
don't live on Millionaire's Row.
Ballistic missile,
Third mistake.
an official
Correct.
rocket research division was opened at Caltech.
First of all, gotta think about what we know about this guy. Worked for the US Defense Department. Mistake 1, right? Mistake 2, joining a weird religion. Number 3, House on Millionaire's Roll.
Development of a diverse range of offensive rocket weapons were among the lab's early wartime objectives, alongside...
I mean, we have spoken about this on the last stream, and we super normal CV. The the vibe check on what Thelema is, I think that sex cult rocket men. Hey, monkey sputum. Right, I think that based on the last time we watched this, I have changed. I've got a more sophisticated take. My first take, which really upset Sorka, I'm just joking, it didn't really upset her. My first take was, yeah, this is a cult and it's insane and it's going to go really badly. And it probably is, right? I still think it probably is going to go badly. But I think that most things can be cults, right? Not in the same way that guy was like in the chat yesterday. There's all kinds of problems with some of the things that he was saying. But like the you can have like a Christian cult, right? You can have a Christian cult and you can have I guess like a cult, like, you know, if you think about extreme versions of religions that are like generally like really harmful to people, they can be from any kind of belief system or whatever, right? So you could absolutely have a cult from Thelema, or you can have a cult from Christianity. You can have, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? Businesses, certain regions, AA are a bit culty, right? Exactly. The people I knew personally had a religious ANCAP vibe, and most of them ended up right libertarians a decade later, right? Did I ever tell you about the time I worked at a company owned by a cult? Maybe. The main thing that I'm learning from us watching this together as a community is that cults are more common than I thought they were. That's the main thing that I'm figuring out.
Continued improvement of Jack's revolutionary solid fuel propellant in order to power them.
Improved solid propellant.
10-bed house on Millionaire Row feels like cult line being crossed, yeah.
An oxidizer. After curing, rubber-like samples of each batch of propellant compounded is tested for significant physical properties. But proof of success comes only with fire.
How the fuck are we 50 minutes in? Half a laptop. We started watching this last week on Thursday.
Jack's oath to the AA obliged him to openly proclaim his connection.
We're just finishing this off today.
And to speak of its principles to those around him.
Basically, just in case anyone's a bit confused, what I'm thinking in the future, yeah, is that Wednesdays is landlord brain rot, right? Landlord brain rot on Wednesdays, and then regular brain rot and a bit of funny stuff on Thursdays, right? Because it's kind of the end of my week as a working week. It's a little bit of a relax, you know. We get very, very serious on a Monday and a Tuesday. And of course, if serious news comes up, we will get serious. If there's any breaking news and shit. It's like a chaser, yeah, exactly. Monday, Tuesday shot, Wednesday, Thursday chaser. And you get an extra chaser this week because we hit the dono goal this month. We hit the halfway dono goal. I'm doing a fucking bonus stream tomorrow where I do some DJ stream.
But Aleister Crowley's system of spiritual attainment through ritual magic didn't appeal to the majority of JPL's scientists. I knew that he was involved in magic, Frank Molina would later recall, but I never made any effort to enter into those kinds of things. I was always suspicious of mysticism.
Separate the brain rot, right?
However, there were several colleagues at JPL who joined Jack in pursuit of their true will. Mathematicians Barbara and Richard Canwright appear in the OTO registration.
Landwanker Wednesdays, Thelenite Thursdays, yep.
Rocket mechanic and childhood friend Ed Foreman.
Hey Theo, how you doing?
Out of the 4 designated departments that launched the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, 3 were led by Thelemites. In his memoir, Dr. von Karman would write the following recollection of his colleagues' religious practices. The members met in a room with walls of carved leather. The membership was sworn to obey the law. There is no law beyond do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. In practice, this was translated among other things into sex rituals, which I learned about when the FBI questioned me about Parsons.
Have you ever seen him do any sex
investigation into
rituals?
Jack Parsons began in 1943.
You ever been involved in any sex
when
rituals
special
with
agents
Jack
arrived at the
Parsons?
mansion to question the nature of his church. Jack explained that Thelema was dedicated to the spiritual advancement and improvement of self, and to the freedom and liberty of the individual. A search
Yeah, it makes so much sense why your friends turn into ANCAPs,
Aleister Crowley hung
right? It sounds like an
prominently at the top
ANCAP
of the main
religion.
staircase. And
Do what you
numerous
want,
Crowley
right?
authored
Do what you
books
want.
Found throughout the home's bookshelves and nightstands. And despite the fact that most of the residents had never met Crowley in person, agents found stacks of letters exchanged between them and Crowley himself. The name Aleister Crowley was well known to American authorities. His reputation had been tarnished by tabloid stories of drug-induced orgies, followers being branded with heated daggers, and rituals in which neighborhood animals were sacrificed.
No, not the cat! What do you mean? That's so bad!
Students of magic, earning him the title, the wickedest man in the world.
That is proper fucked up that they used to murder cats. What the hell? What the fuck?
What they described as a free love cult, with members engaging in open sexual relationships with one another.
Things I can get behind, right? Things I can get behind: sexual freedom, polyamory, consensual kink, risk aware, consensual kink. But now we're talking about killing cats. That's fucked. And I would have said that even before I had a cat, and I was never a cat person. I'm telling you, I've not got toxoplasmosis or whatever.
With fellow members. And Jack was quickly developing a reputation at the Jet Propulsion Lab for propositioning many of its female employees.
Got to ruin it with animal abuse and interpersonal manipulation.
The Book of the Law reinforced this culture of sexual freedom as a means of exploring one's true will, with the concept of sin.
Cults are famous for consensual sex, right?
But Jack began to push the limits of his new lifestyle when he began an affair with Helen's younger sister, Sarah Betty Northrup, who'd been initiated into the OTO only months after the Parsons themselves. Although his wife had been supportive of an open marriage for religious reasons, this affair had crossed a personal boundary. Residents of the mansion reported arguments between the two of them that could be heard throughout the house. Jack
that sounds pretty problematic.
This broken boundary as his, quote, magical confirmation in the law of Thelema.
Yeah, no, that's bad. This guy's a fucking
FBI concluded their search of the mansion without taking immediate legal action. But they'd written in their report that Crowley's doctrine of do what thou wilt sought to tear down everything democracy stood for and preach that whatever one desired to do was the proper thing to do.
Probably this is bad. Common misunderstanding. It's really
this is pretty bad. Aleister Crowley, the occultist, did not practice animal sacrifice. While he was involved in various rituals and sexual magic, including the Paris working with Victor Neuberg, there's no record of him performing animal sacrifices, according to Wikipedia. Fair enough. Well, I stand corrected. Sorka also said that there isn't any actual evidence of them doing animal sacrifices, right? Okay.
And those who are just at the fringes, the misunderstanding that do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law refers to sort of just doing what you feel like.
Yeah, classic Christian prudishness, right? Hard to know.
Like there's no rules. You just do whatever you want. It'll be anarchy, and everyone will be murdering people if they feel like it. It's actually the opposite of do whatever you want. It's the idea that there is a true will inherent in each human being, and this is their basic nature. This is their way of being.
When asked why a man of his professional standing would be attracted to such a belief system, Jack replied simply, "It fulfills my religious needs."
All right. I mean, he also sounds like someone who has used this so far, like particularly the affair thing, right, to basically be a piece of shit to his wife or wives.
As Jack continued his private magical work in the AA, his course of study grew more intense with each grade. At the 3rd grade of Zelator, an examination required him to hold specific poses with a bowl of water balanced atop his head for an hour's duration.
An hour?
A single drop spilled, constituting a failing grade. Jack would also encounter a test of personal limitations, where he would be asked to determine how long he could go without eating or drinking, how long he could go without sleep, and how much alcohol he could consume.
In your opinion, what's the value of discovering these personal limits?
Well, first of all, no one should do anything at the expense of their overall health or well-being. The point is, know thyself. In order to know oneself, we need to know what our limits are, know what our strengths and weaknesses are, know what our basic...
I can get behind that.
How can we know what changes are possible or what changes have occurred unless we test those? We indulge in our daily meditative and ritual practices.
Fail the hell out of these.
Much like a behavioral scientist.
No food, no sleep, drink booze. I mean, I don't need to imagine combining all three of those because I've done that many times in my life.
It's a big part of working in this.
Wouldn't recommend. Yeah, those tests of personal limitations are now known as bank holiday weekends in the UK.
Jack received a letter from Crowley suggesting that it was time for him to undertake one of the AA's most controversial rites of passage.
Yeah, last year of
a
college.
Practice called Liber Jugorum. Found in issue 4 of the Equinox, Liber Jugorum would begin after Jack had chosen a common word such as and or the, and committed to go a full week without speaking it. And for each instance the word is accidentally uttered, Jack is instructed to, quote, cut thyself sharply upon the wrist or forearm with a razor, even as thou shouldest beat a disobedient dog.
Got a lot of
instructions are
got a lot of magicians in
which
here.
Depict a student of Crowley's with several cuts across their arms, with each cut meant to serve as both a punishment and a tally for evaluation. Crowley's caption below the photographs read, "Not nearly good enough to pass." Diaries of student magicians show them cutting as many as 58 times per week before acceptable levels of cognitive control were achieved.
So in his day,
Hey, so yeah, we're learning about Crowley. It's great.
So the idea that
hey,
the
Gobs.
most effective way to stop doing
Two great streamers just popped in the chat, folks. Please go and support them.
The thought of the day, but we know much more about how behavior can be conditioned at this point. The idea of positively reinforcing things as opposed to punishing, but also even within the realm of punishment, there are less destructive ways to track our work with something like Liber Jugorum, such as we could snap our wrist with a rubber band that we were wearing or something like that, that has the same sort of non-destructive pain effect. And then we can go to a little diary and record how many times we slipped up and said the word we were trying not to or whatever.
Crowley's insistence that Jack undertake such an extreme practice was to give him a sense of mental independence from his AA instructor, with whom he was developing an unhealthy attachment.
Yeah, he's like, the guy's like, yeah, I know it sounds bad, but like, don't worry, we've got different ways of doing it now, and no one ever engages in any of that kind of shit.
Responsible for guiding Jack through the grades of the AA was the Church of Thelima's head priest, Wilfred Smith. Having been a Thelemite since 1916,
look at this fucking Joe Biden looking motherfucker.
The highest grades in both systems of the AA and the OTO.
Uncle Posey.
But to Jack's shock, Crowley's letter served to warn him that Smith was, in fact, a fraud, who had performed no magical work beyond the AA's early grades.
How we proving that, dog? What are his records? What has he accomplished? What do you mean? What magic has he done? What are you on about?
He was passed to neophyte, Crowley wrote.
What's the quantification method?
Further.
I don't understand.
Where are his records? What has he accomplished? Having served as the Church
He's doing magical
fraud since 1933, Smith had failed to establish a consistent congregation, and church records typically showed fewer than 10 members in attendance for temple meetings.
Like, that sounds to me like a really good way to remain the boss of a religion that you created, right? There's no evidence of this man doing magic. How could he possibly ascend the ranks of this religion that I've created, that I'm the boss of?
Thelemic literature, such as the Book of the Law and other tracts expounding the concept of true will, were well circulated around the Los Angeles area. But Crowley's concern was that those wishing to investigate the system further would inevitably encounter the underwhelming Smith as the local spokesperson of Thelema. Quote, "The fact is that you simply cannot wear a robe.
This fucker can't resist, can't cast fireball.
It is not your fault that you are of small stature, and that you never seem to know quite what to do with your hands. But when anyone has these qualities, either they take the most extravagant measures to get over the handicap, or they are careful to avoid pushing the facts in people's faces." End quote.
Well, they're on about these highly formalized things that you're referring to here, where they're like, oh yeah, you've got to balance a bowl of water on your head for an hour and don't spill it, right? But they did all that, right? They did all that, isn't it? Like, he did all that stuff, and Aleister Crowley's like, yeah, nah, not good enough. That's not real magic.
Suggested that
Sorry,
it was
pal.
Smith's personal conduct that was deterring potential converts.
Wilfred Smith was, well, as I said to Jane once, he had a dirty aura. But
dirty aura?
He did work very hard on keeping the OTO going, or trying to get it started, and we only had a very few people from time to time.
The silent generation version of negative aura. Yeah, this guy's got a dirty aura. What does that mean?
Make sexual advances to some woman who didn't care about it, and the whole family would disappear after that.
Wait, what?
In the fall of 1943, a letter arrived at the mansion. It was an
magical bureaucracy. That's what I'm saying.
Crowley
shade of brown aura
of Wilfred Smith. Upon analyzing Smith's horoscope alongside his ability to inspire loyalty from church members despite possessing no attractive or virtuous qualities, Crowley had arrived at a startling conclusion. Smith was not a man at all, but the incarnation of some god. Smith was ordered to depart the mansion at once and begin the process of divine realization at a fellow member's nearby turkey farm, free from distractions.
That doesn't sound like it would be free from distractions at all.
Speaking to him under the threat of expulsion, and on the advice of other members, Crowley appointed Jack to replace him as the new head of the church. As Jack
you sure about that?
In the ranks of Thelema, his status in the world of rocketry would suffer proportionally.
Parsons and Foreman at Aerojet were seen as being somewhat disruptive.
I just feel like being on a turkey farm would be proper distracting. Yeah.
Shifting as the war effort began to rely more heavily on the two fledgling rocket companies.
Right. Hey, you're a god. No one's allowed to talk to you. Go to this farm.
Mixed with a questionable religious influence on colleagues, resulted in Parsons and Foreman being viewed as liabilities. And in 1944, two of the company's founders were presented with a persuasive argument to sell their original shares.
When the war is over, rockets are going to fade. There's going to be a wartime need for JATO units anymore. They have no post-war application. Parsons
unless
to that argument, and for
Korean War
$50 investment that they had made initially, each were given $50,000 4 years later.
At only 30 years old, in what should have been the beginning of a promising career, Jack left the world of professional rocketry he had helped to establish.
You got time, dude. Don't worry about it. Steve Jobs made his millions when he was 40. It's all good, dude. Don't worry about it.
The German radio has just announced that Hitler is dead.
Yes!
I repeat that. The German radio has just announced that Hitler is dead.
Hell yeah.
By mid-1945,
what if a Cold War
was coming to an end with the assurance of an Allied victory? Despite what Jack had been told, rocketry would continue to grow in prominence, and the post-war projects taken by Frank Molina and the remaining members of the Suicide Squad were more in line with the group's original vision. They'd begun development on a new rocket called the WAC Corporal, which would soar to over 200,000 feet, shattering the altitude record and achieving a dream the squad had envisioned nearly a decade prior. But having been alienated from the field, Jack found himself turning to alternative means of personal and financial stability. Inside the pages of the Pasadena Star-News, he posted the following advertisement: rooms for rent, limited to bohemians, poets, artists, students.
Oh no! He became a crusty landlord. No bourgeois Christians or Bulgarians. Dude, what are you? What are you? What are you? What do you mean?
Between 21 and 30, no bourgeois, Christians, or Bulgarians.
That's mental. Yeah, landlord content is spilling over.
Outside the specified age range, one of the new residents of the mansion would be a charismatic 34-year-old naval lieutenant named Lafayette Ron Hubbard. At the time, military records show Hubbard
It's fucking Scientology freak. Thanks for the follow.
Come to the mansion adorned in military pins and
Another landlord has hit the Thelemic
valor
Church.
from his service in the war.
Streams are blurring
Hubbard
together.
had achieved minor celebrity status as a fiction author, whose work appeared frequently in popular fantasy magazines with over 150 publications to his name. His list of accomplishments also included membership in the Explorers Club.
Are Ron Hubbard's books any good, chat? Has anyone ever read any of them?
Which inspired the exotic settings in his stories.
I've slept with bandits in Mongolia, and I've hunted with pygmies in the Philippines, and my conclusions were that man, regardless of his state of culture, was essentially the same. He was a spiritual being, and he was a spiritual being that was pulled down to the material, the fleshly interests, to an interplay.
Mileage may vary, fairly mediocre.
In fact, too great for him to confront. And
any good? Was that a real question? Yeah.
He needed a hand.
Yeah, it was.
Long after Hubbard moved into the mansion, Jack wrote Aleister Crowley to inform him of the new tenant. He is a gentleman, red hair, green eyes, honest and intelligent, and we have become great friends. Although he has no formal training in magic,
there's a reason he neaded to rip off Thelema to start his cult, right?
Understanding in the field.
Have you seen Battlefield Earth? That was based on a Hubbard book. Great. Battlefield Earth movie was insanely good. What do you mean? What do you mean?
He is in direct touch with some higher intelligence, possibly his.
It's one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Biographical accounts of their introduction state that the two likely met at a local convention of science fiction writers, where Jack was known to frequent as an avid fan of the genre, and where Hubbard, one of the group's most prolific authors, had established a reputation as a hypnotist.
Oh, God.
Ron Hubbard came to our club, and he hypnotized all of the members except me.
You mean insanely good, as in like so good it's bad, right?
What was going on? And I remember it was fascinating. He told...
I didn't know that was based on Ron Hubbard. I just thought that was like a crazy... I knew it was something to do with Scientology. I knew that. But I just thought it was something crazy that John Travolta was like, yeah, man, let's just do this, right? Let's just do this shit.
That he had a little kangaroo in the palm of his hands, and the boy was going all around showing everybody his little kangaroo that was hopping around.
He is the most thelemic...
Sorry, what was that?
Palm of... I remember it was fascinating. He told one boy that he had a little kangaroo in the palm of his hands, and the boy was going all around showing everybody his little kangaroo that was hopping around.
This is like a pedo.
He is the most
what are you on about?
Person I have ever met, and is in complete accord with our own principles. Their friendship formed at an opportune time for Jack, as his promotion to the head of the Los Angeles Church of Thelema granted him access to some of the OTO's most closely guarded.
He hypnotized someone into seeing a kangaroo.
Fell into the
he hypnotized a minor.
Sexual magic.
Yeah, pedo.
According to OTO instructions, this type of magic would combine sensations of erotic ecstasy with the intense focus and will that Jack had cultivated through years of magical training, allowing him to invoke a higher class of spiritual entities. Although there is no official record of Hubbard joining either the OTO or the AA, By January of 1946, Jack judged his new housemate to be thelemic enough to include him in what would become his most advanced magical project to date. Per thelemic tradition, Jack kept a detailed diary of the experiment, which includes the following introduction. This book contains the record of a magical experiment relating to the invocation of an elemental, and thereafter of the goddess or force called Babylon, and the results thereof. The content should be clear enough to those who are prepared for understanding, and a little study and effort should make it so for those who desire understanding.
This is getting spooky.
Each will no doubt interpret it in accord with his own.
Chat, there was something in this document about homosexuality.
Would you mind introducing yourself?
I know on the underlying philosophy, the present age is under the influence of the force called in magical terminology Horus. This force relates to fire, wars, and the sun that is to power, violence, and energy. It also relates to child, being innocent. Its manifestation may be noted in the destruction of old institutions and ideas, the discovery and liberation of new energies, and the trend toward power governments, war, homosexuality, infantilism, and schizophrenia. What the fuck is he talking about? What is he talking about?
This book contains the record of a magical, no doubt interpreted.
Certainly. My name's Peter Gray. I'm an occultist.
Oh no, he's British!
And I run an occult publishing company called Scarlet Inbreed.
Peter has written extensively on Jack's advanced magical workings, as well as gathered his own ritual experience on the subject.
How long have you been a practitioner of magic?
I've been practicing magic my entire adult life, so I've been a magician for probably at least 30 years now.
As Jack's diary states,
it just means the future is going to be gayer than it is now, which did turn out to be correct.
With the first consisting of the invocation of what is known as an
I mean, kinda not. In the imperialist world, sure.
So the idea of the elemental comes from the 16th century work of Paracelsus and came down through the magic.
He'll never get a proper ghost, Bluey.
Is a creature of fire, a creature of water, a creature of air, or a creature of earth. An elemental of water, for example, an undine, you would think of a mermaid. An elemental of earth, you would think of a gnome.
The elemental Jack intended to summon would be from the element of air, also known as a sylph. For his purposes, this
I've heard of these.
Would serve as a sexual partner for the second phase of his operation. At the time this project began, his wife Helen had left the mansion to join their excommunicated leader at the turkey farm. The two would go on to have a son together named Quen Parsons Smith.
Quen.
And Jack's sister-in-law, Betty, had begun to prefer the company of their new housemate.
Wait.
Correspondence between church members attests that Betty and Hubbard would often display their newfound physical connection in front of Jack, causing him to constantly rein in his jealousy in order to focus on the experiment. Although Betty and I are still friendly, Jack reported to Crowley, she has transferred her sexual affections to Hubbard. I cared for her rather deeply, but I have no desire to control her emotions. And I can, I hope, control my own. I need a magical partner. I have many experiments in mind.
What's that? How do you fuck an entity made out of air anyway? So stupid. It's so stupid.
So elementals are in a mixed status between gods and men. So they're seen in folklore as having bodies. When Jack is talking about an elemental, he's talking about an individual who has a particular quality that makes them more than human or other than human.
Makes me feel good.
According to Jack's diary, his ritual for summoning an elemental would employ a type of magic dating back to the 16th century, designed by Dr. John Dee, court astrologer to Queen Elizabeth I. It involved a language known as Enochian speech, which, when spoken, would allow the magician to communicate with the angelic beings governing the elements. The process of putting this magic into practice was complex, as Jack's diary reveals a procedure consisting of 11 individual rituals. It would begin with the construction of an Enochian table, upon which the operation would take place, along with various magical instruments.
Hell yeah, I love Nokian speech.
And once his place of working was constructed, Jack would place himself in an altered state of consciousness by chanting an Enochian invocation to the elements.
So Enochian, as an angelic and a magical language, has an extremely powerful psychic and mental effect on the practitioner when it's performed correctly.
The names of the invocable companions are found within the quadrants of an Enochian chart, which Jack would copy by hand onto virgin parchment.
Magical instruments like daggers, lots of daggers.
Instructions, as many as 4 companions could be summoned, 1 from each of the elements, and assigned working hours for each throughout the day.
Wait, what? The canon reason he got the ghost blowjob is because that was the ghost's husband's bed. Oh, you're right. It's from like a scene that they cut down. No, you're right. You're right. Your partner is right. Yeah, that's where that came from. They had like a scene where they were busting a ghost, but they cut it out of the movie because they were like, oh, it's too long or whatever. Yeah, they cut the context to get it in. Wait, what? Tucker Carlson had a Dan Aykroyd moment earlier this winter? Wait, what? Canonically, I believe it's actually inserted as a dream sequence during the montage. Oh, right. No context, ghost blowjob. Yeah, it's all good. Enochian is complete bullshit, by the way. The language? Yeah, sure. Like, yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
Jack's purposes, he needed only one.
Dan Aykroyd is bonkers. It's crazy because it's like you got Harold Ramis, who played Egon Spengler, who played Peter Venkman, Bill Murray, and then Winston Zeddemore. I can't remember that actor's name. I could have Ernie Hudson. That's his name. And then Dan, like all those guys are just like, you know, normal actors. Ernie Hudson didn't have like a great career, unfortunately, after that. It was pretty rubbish. But like, he loves Ghostbusters and he'll go to like any Ghostbusters convention. He's like fully behind the fan base. He loves to go to Comic-Con and shit like that. And it's really sad because like, yeah, I think they got him in the new movies as well, which is kind of cute. And Bill Murray is just like, I don't ever want anything to do with this franchise ever again, but you know, he'll do anything for money. And obviously Harold Ramis died, but he was just kind of like that as well. But Dan Aykroyd like is fully like, no, Ghostbusters is real. Everything that happens in Ghostbusters is real. It's real. It's a real thing. Ghosts are real. Also buy my vodka. He's absolutely fucking cracked. Ernie Hudson is ripped. Get out of town. He's looking good. Isn't his vodka pretty good though? I don't know, man. Maybe. He does, yeah, look at this. He does, what is this? Like, is he doing workout videos or something? He's looking great for 78. Look at this. Can't say the same for Bill Murray, man. How old is Bill Murray? Bill Murray looking like he's like fucking, you know, flaking apart. Do you know what I mean? He was in the Quantum Leap reboot. That's pretty good. 78. That's mental. Bill Murray looks like Bill Murray looks like he's like sorry, I know everyone's gonna end up looking kind of like this, right, at some point, so it's fine to laugh. He's the same age. That's crazy, man. That's what you get for treating Lucy Liu like shit. Exactly. He's not doing workout videos. Jeremy Corbyn is 76. Yeah, he's looking better. He's looking better than Bill Murray.
He named Rizla from the element of air.
Rizla?
To summon it, Jack would need to chant the Enochian names of the governing spirits presiding over it, methodically working his way down the hierarchy until arriving at the name of his target elemental.
Waiting to die years old.
The final and most important step of the process, in accordance with the OTO's technique of sexual magic, would be for Jack to place his own substance, euphemistically called the marrow of the wand, onto the letters of his elemental's name. Jack's diary shows a repetition of this working
Skibbity Crowley
days, although the element of air seemed to have manifested in the form of a violent windstorm. No elemental presented itself. I have been extremely careful and conscientious in this ritual, lending all my will and scientific training to its precision and preparation. Yet nothing seems to have happened. The windstorm is very interesting, but that's not what I asked for.
Bill Murray looks like he went to the beach that makes you into wax paper. The beach that makes you old?
With Jack identifying him in his diary as the operation's seer and scribe.
In the majority of ritual magic, there are several professionals who are engaged in a conjuration. So for Jack to be using Hubbard as a seer and scribe is not unusual. So rather like tango or a boxing match, it depends on the chemistry between the participants. And Jack and Hubbard certainly had a chemistry.
The scribe developed some sort of astral vision.
Hey Mia, how you doing? We're watching Atrocity Guide talk about this one guy that lived with L. Ron Hubbard.
The lingering energy of Wilfred Smith was present in the room, preventing progress. Ron, who has never seen Smith, described
Bill Murray would give a terrible ghost blow.
In a black robe and having an evil, pasty face. He attacked this figure and pinned it to the door with 4 throwing knives, with which he is expert.
The real crucial difference for the magician is everyone's intent, is everyone's will focused on the same outcome? And with Hubbard, that was certainly the case.
And on the 14th night of the operation, a young woman appeared at the mansion's doorstep. I seem to have my elemental, Jack wrote to Crowley. She turned up one night after the conclusion of the operation and has been with me since. She has red hair and green eyes as specified. The woman who Jack believed to be his elemental was 24-year-old Marjorie Cameron. And like Jack, she had assisted in the American war effort, serving as a cartographer for the women's division.
So he's the way this works is you just like, right, I'm gonna summon a sylph, and then you're like, oh, it's this person.
Of the Navy.
Not many civilians know it, but a large number of Navy jobs are now open to women, except those listed as primarily seagoing billets and those which require considerable physical strength.
After the war, she received an honorable discharge and relocated to Los Angeles, finding work as a fashion magazine illustrator. According to her, she had met Jack while accompanying a group of friends to a party at the mansion, where the two formed an immediate romantic
Beats accepting failure, right?
But from Jack's perspective, Marjorie had been sent
famously
to fulfill
not strong.
a key role in the second phase of his operation, the invocation of the goddess Babylon. Originally appearing in the Book of Revelation, Babylon is prophesied as a harbinger of the apocalypse and is described as a harlot riding atop a 7-headed beast, holding a golden chalice filled with the filth of her fornication.
Sounds like a legend.
Babylon appears in Revelation 17, and she's a figure of imperial Rome and sexual excess. and she's framed in an entirely negative fashion. When she reaches Thelema through the revelations of D. Crowley and Parsons, she undergoes a significant change.
It sounds hot as hell.
A symbol of utter evil. She's viewed as a symbol of female liberation, completely recontextualized in a new era, which has moved beyond the Christian understanding of the book.
Crowley described her as the mother of abominations, the bride of chaos that rideth upon our Lord the Beast.
Legend.
References to the apocalyptic characters in Revelation are found throughout Thelema, with Crowley himself named in the Book of the Law as holding the office of the Beast 666, a title which he would adopt as the signature for much of his correspondence.
No, yeah, it feels proper bad
Magicians in the AA who reached the great
Her name was Babylon.
Signed a daily
walking around with a jar of cum.
Performing a ritual called the Mark of the Beast.
What a legend.
Similar to the lesser
She's just like me for real.
Star patterns are drawn and visualized in the air around the magician, only now drawing them upside down before concentrating their will upon tracing the invoking hexagram of the beast. What is an invocation to Babylon
That's Transformers.
meant to accomplish?
Rather than the smaller demons that you'd be using to achieve small ends for you, Babylon has an eschatological context. So an invocation of Babylon is designed to bring forward the apocalypse.
That proper looks like
it's unveiling and unfolding,
a Transformers face.
Bringing into flesh and a transformation of...
Why has this come up? Why has this come up? I didn't even type this. What the fuck is going on? I feel like Google just like... Chat, this is apparently Transformers Optimus Prime, but Ghostbusters. What? What do you mean? When did that happen? That's a new thing, right? What do you mean? I wasn't even looking for that. It looks pretty cool though. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it looked like the Decepticons Ghostbust formers. They crossed over in a comic. Right. Gotcha. Also, hi Ninja Can. Yeah, listening through the phone. Listening through this microphone.
The goddess carnally.
You've got an Ecto 1 transformer? What does it transform into?
A series of prolonged adorations.
It's possible Optimus Prime got a ghost BJ.
Jack would heighten the invocation by using a partner.
The difference here technically is between Jack performing 7th degree work, a work of masturbation, or performing a 9th degree work, which is a
Wait, what? What's happening in here now?
The difference would be for Jack in the Babylon working, that Marjorie wasn't trained in magic. So he was working with someone who had no idea of what he was doing.
OTO instructions regarding this type of working recommend that the magician's sexual
It transforms into a robot. Oh my god, yeah, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. That was such a stupid question. What the fuck does Ecto 1 transform into? Of course it transforms into a fucking robot. Looks more like he got a ghost cum shot. Do any of these fuckers slam through the wall and just do a big cum shot? Do any of these fuckers come flying through the wall, do a donkey dick cum shot? What was I doing then? Why did I pause this? Who cares? Whatever. It doesn't even matter.
So as to not interfere with the will of the operation.
Ghost of Cybertron, first published 2019. Cybertron has fallen, annihilated by the monstrous Ghost of the Destructor. When Autobot Rocky finds himself on a solo mission to track a rogue Cybertronian signal on a distant organic world. Who is he gonna call? That's mental.
Her side of the relationship with Jack through her artwork.
These are really good drawings of him. Penis. There's a penal in that one. And a vagin in that one.
After nearly 6 weeks...
That's what I was gonna say! We found out ages ago every Transformer is trans. Right? Because we were looking at heel versus babyface when he was doing fucking pronouns! That one, right? and he was talking about how, oh no, they're making Transformers trans. They're trans in the Transformers. And then we like Googled it, and it was like, yeah, no, the guy who created, the guy, sorry, the chat is making me laugh so much today. The guy who created Transformers was like, they are gender non-specific, and the one Transformer that he had, that heel versus Babyface had on his shelf, like the pink Transformer, she literally gets gender affirming surgery. She's like, I want to be a woman. I have no gender, but I want to be a woman. I thought they were all ace. Sexuality is different from gender. So there you go. Donkey dick cum shot sounds like a forbidden technique known to Glenn Quagmire. This is the adults only tour
of nightly invocation. Jack recorded in his diary that Babylon
they're robots, that's how it would work. Yeah.
Herself.
Yeah.
77 verses of text were supposedly dictated from the voice of the goddess.
What if djmuel is a transformer himself? He might transform into a bicycle.
The text announced itself as the
you'll just never know
of the Book of the Law, heralding a new lineage of Thelema with Jack as its prophet.
Also,
when
hi
she
Max.
delivers the book to him, she tells him to publish the secrets of the OTO, which is a breaking of all the possible oaths. So Jack, although he's trying to follow in the footsteps of Crowley by describing the Book of Babylon as...
What the fuck is this video about? Why are we talking about Transformers? It doesn't matter. It's literally fine. We're all just hanging out.
Prophet, and he's allowing us to enter into a new future.
The document states that Jack's invocations were successful, and the goddess's physical incarnation upon humanity would appear in 9 months, suggesting that Jack had prompted her conception, perhaps even with Marjorie herself. Within the text were instructions for a
the T slur refers to a transmission in a car.
With Babylon,
it might predate the
wasted no
usage of it as a slur. What?
Putting the newly received book at the center of the altar. Hubbard would resume his role as the Operation Seer.
Listen, we're all just having a laugh. No, to answer your question properly, Ninja Can, it's kind of like technically the last stream day of the week, although I am going to be live tomorrow doing a DJ stream. So, join me for that tomorrow. I'll be starting a little later. I'll be starting at 9 p.m. UK time, going on to like 11 p.m. probably. So don't worry if you miss it. It's a bit late on a Friday or whatever, but it's a bonus stream tomorrow, so that is happening. But technically, if this was a normal week where I didn't have a bonus stream, we would just be like, it would be like my stream of Friday, basically. So yeah, we're just watching like something that doesn't really, it's interesting. It's about a guy that was messing around with Aleister Crowley and, religion and magic and all this stuff. And there's going to be some kind of horrible thing that's going to happen very soon. Obviously, and we are then going to watch some more funny shit. We're going to watch some Danny Dyer at the request of my partner. So that's going to be very funny. We're having a fun night. It's fun night. It's great fun night, right?
His role was more crucial. Jack would invoke the goddess, and Hubbard would speak.
It's like half a laptop said. Monday, Tuesday, we get serious. We do the serious stuff. And then Wednesday, Thursday, it's like a chaser. I come here for serious shit and you're just fucking around, SMH. Well, you know what? You gotta come back on Monday.
So normally...
we did all that on Monday and Tuesday this week.
If someone is functioning as a seer, then one would expect either a second person to be taking down the notes, functioning as the scribe, or the magician would be doing so. So Hubbard appears to be engaged in some form of automatic writing, with Jack providing him with prompts.
But the prophecy that Hubbard relayed was foreboding.
Do what I will. I'm doing it.
Would be contingent upon Jack.
The Danny Dyer stuff will be deadly serious. Yeah, you're right.
Flame. She is the flame of
It's going to be so serious and important.
Darkness. She destroys with a glance.
Hey, dude, Zoo, how you doing?
Soul. She feeds upon the death of men. Beautiful, horrible. One mysterious portion of the prophecy Jack chose not to transcribe. On March 6th, he wrote the following to Crowley. I have had the most important, devastating experience of my life between February 2nd
It's doing this my day
March
off. Good to hear.
I believe it was the result of the 9th degree working with the girl who answered my elemental summons. I have been in direct
I too
touch
feed on
with
the death
one
of
who
men.
is most holy and beautiful mentioned in the Book of the Law. Instructions were
It is. It's going to be hard-hitting
from
investigative journalism with Danny Dyer.
as instructor, guardian, guide for 9 months. Then it will be loosed on the world. I cannot tell you the
That's
depth
true,
of
Theo.
reality,
It's kind of serious fucking around.
terror and beauty I have known. I have found my will. It is to serve, and serve I shall.
If we're on
All
the
I
sea.
am or will is pledged. Jack was to remain completely undistracted from his devotion to Babylon until the time of her arrival, or the incarnation would be in danger of failure. But only weeks after the conclusion of the operation, he was presented with a unique business proposition. The demand for sailing yachts in California was high, but the supply was low. And Hubbard, being a master seaman, had devised a way for Jack to take advantage of this opportunity. With a bit of upfront capital, Hubbard and Betty would travel from Pasadena to Miami, purchase 3 yachts where they were in high supply, hire a team to sail them back to California via the Panama Canal, and sell them for a profit. Their partnership would be called Allied Enterprises, and when the final arrangements were made, Hubbard had supplied about $1,200 of seed money, but Jack's contribution was nearly $21,000, which
this is where it all started, right? This is where it all started. Maybe it's his seaman that Babylon walks around with. Good one.
$340,000 in
CIA cutout ass name.
Although Jack likely had some money left from the sale of his Aerojet shares, biographical accounts attest that most of his money came from selling the mansion, with Jack moving into a small carriage house down the street. He expected this temporary sacrifice to be more than compensated for by their resulting profits, but in the meantime, he had effectively closed the only operating OTO temple. A feature in the Miami Daily News showed Hubbard and Betty having arrived in Miami, as they prepared their newly acquired sailing vessels for what Hubbard described as an indefinite voyage. According to an official request...
Oh yeah, and this is when he just like lived on the boat for ages, right?
Hubbard did not intend to take the boats back to Pasadena, but to sail to South America and China for the purpose of collecting writing material. When
This is like that landlord lady last night.
Aleister Crowley, he sent an urgent telegram to Los
Crusty
Angeles,
landlord lady.
declaring Jack the victim of a confidence trip.
Hempress, that's who I was thinking of.
Kept by the Miami courthouse show that Parsons attempted to correct his misjudgment by following Betty and Hubbard to Florida to issue a restraining order, preventing them from leaving the jurisdiction with the boats. But upon his arrival, Hubbard and Betty fled by sailing into the Atlantic Ocean. Hubbard attempted to escape me by sailing at 5 p.m., and I performed a full invocation to Bartzabel within the circle at 8 p.m. At the same time, his ship was struck by...
Literally don't start on Hempress. No, because yesterday I was asking Al, because Al was in the chat, and I don't know what, like, I thought he was like with you, and I was like, ask Han who that crusty Leeds lady is that she was talking to me about the other day. And there was everyone who was here yesterday is not going to understand what the fuck I'm talking about, so don't worry about it, it's fine. But just like for a little yesterday, whoever was here yesterday, remember when I was talking about the that one landlady who was like, I want to go around. Oh, she's from Lancashire. No, that is bad. I want to go around the world, so I'm going to be a landlord. And then it all blew up in her face, and it was really funny. But she looked like a crusty. What is her name? Hempress Hygienics. What's her name on TikTok, Han? Can you link me?
Which ripped off his sails and forced him back to port, where I took the boat into custody. However, I am afraid that most of the money has already been dissipated, I will be lucky to salvage $3,000 to $5,000. In the interim, I am flat broke. Not long after returning to Pasadena, Jack watched from his small carriage house as his former mansion
No,
was
don't go to
demolished
landlord
to make
school. What the
room for an
hell?
apartment
That's not what you should be taking from that. I found a stoner metal band from Quebec called Empress. No, yeah, it's not her.
In December of 1947, headlines around the
Yeah,
world
El High Courtier woman.
at the age of 72, following a long struggle with bronchitis and opiate addiction. Although Jack and Crowley never had the
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Oh my god, Theo! Thank you so much for the dono. That was really, really, really cool of you, and you didn't have to do that. Thanks so much for the £19. Nearly 20 quid. Thank you so much.
The opportunity to meet him.
Right, this is who I was talking about yesterday. This is...
There are about 15 to 20 of us that live there, and we all paid.
This is what... When we were talking about that lady last night... Wait, hang on, I've got the video here. Where is she? This lady... That's her when she's older. It's her when she's older. She's just like the same person. Look at the hair. What about... Yeah, the hair is like the same. Look, it's the same. It's like the same person.
Hundreds and hundreds of pounds a month to live there. I would pay £900 a month for a box room, for a tiny room, and that was just me. So before she got the farmhouse, she did used to just rent it.
She was in a cult. This girl was in a cult, so it's kind of related as well. All the landlord and the weird content is all like mashing together and mixing together and shit, right? So she was in a cult, and she was... But she's also like a proper hanging person, and she's like Han said, she's like, yeah, I never use the NHS, so I shouldn't have to pay into it. And like, doesn't she have kids and she doesn't get them vaccinated and shit? This lady, she talks about all that stuff, right? She just like does all these videos where she's just like, yeah, you shouldn't get vaccinated for COVID because like 5G and yada yada yada, and I was in a cult, but it's actually fine and no one should worry about it and all that kind of stuff, right? Help me out here, Han. I'm fucking dying out here. I'm dying out here. Anyway, let's just get back to the video. Fuck it, it's fine. Whatever, fuck it, it's fine.
Person. Their frequent correspondence.
Wait, what's this one? Never crossed the boundary from witchy to crunchy. Wait, let's turn this up. Hang on. Can't fucking hear a word she's saying.
Immigrants landed in the UK the other week.
Oh my god. Yeah, she's a fucking racist as well. She's a fucking racist.
Right, 24,000 illegal immigrants landed in the UK the other week.
Right, that's not true. That's already not true.
If there's nobody left to pee into this pot, what's going to happen then? The UK is going to become a third world country. People are going to be sending food parcels to the UK just like we used to when we were younger, and we used to send food parcels to Romania. Do you remember that? Romania? Do you remember?
No, because we didn't send them to Romania. We sent them to Bosnia, you fucking idiot. You fucking plank.
Romania has now surpassed the UK in the standard of living. It did multiple years ago. Romania is a better place to live than the UK.
She's just chatting
Why
rubbish.
is it my responsibility to pay for everybody else's misfortune? It's not. What one high earner pays in tax.
What is going on with her fucking audio? Her audio just like went so low.
50 people on a minimum wage job to pay that. Do you know what I'm saying? That's a lot. Like, you just don't know the maths because you're not in the same bracket as me, so I can't expect you to understand the feelings that I feel every time I give over 80p of every pound I earn.
I earn so much money and I have to pay so much tax. It's so bad. You don't understand. She's such a loser.
You don't get it.
She's exactly the same as this fucking landlord that we saw yesterday. She's literally the same.
Get the glass ceiling because you're not close to the glass ceiling. I am. And I'm sick of it. So yeah, I'm going to move and I'm going to take 2 of my companies with me. I'm going to sell up my houses and bring all my money and my cash to a country that deserves it.
You know what? Like, a lot of me is like, there is literally no 80% tax bracket. She's chatting rubbish. She's chatting rubbish. She's chatting so much rubbish. A lot of me is like, yes, please fuck off. Like, please fuck off. Please get out of our country. Please, more immigrants, yeah, from Sudan. Please, from Gaza, right? In a bit. See you in a bit. Not like, get out. This is the one where she talks about not using the NHS.
I don't believe everything you see on the...
Oh, this is... this is... It's so ridiculous. Billboard teeth. I can't stand the crusty to fascist pipeline is like so bad.
I'm not. I'm living it. Like, I am living through this dystopia utilitarian government that
Utilitarian? Wait, what?
I don't believe everything you see on the internet. I'm not. I'm living it. Like, I am living through this dystopia utilitarian government.
Utilitarian?
55% corporation tax, 15% national insurance.
Oh my god!
Government.
I've never heard anything like it. It's too functional. What the hell?
55% corporation tax, 15% national insurance, and 25% VAT. That's like, what, 80p of it?
Wait, 50% national insurance? What's she talking about? No one is paying 15% national insurance. What do you mean?
Pound I make goes to the government. For what? What am I paying for? The NHS that I haven't used since I was a tiny child, because I go abroad to pay. I already pay. I pay privately. And I don't use the education system. I have no interest in it. If I had children, they'd be homeschooled. I'm not going to grow a baby.
Oh, she doesn't have kids. Okay, that's... Okay, I feel less bad about this person being around now.
Give it to someone else to raise. No way. I'm running away from the absolute diabolical weather.
No, of course she doesn't mean utilitarian. She doesn't know what that she meant. She meant totalitarian. Yeah, we know you've never used the education system. Utilitarian is when, like, a government, what is it? It's when, a utilitarian government would, like, do stuff that, it's literally like Dave Jen said, it's something that would be functional, that would, like, do stuff. Colgate totalitarian. Great is good for the greatest number in an efficiency term. Right, an efficiency, right, thing, right. The morality of actions based on their consequences. Interesting, I did not know that. So philosophical theory as well, okay.
Miserable grey weather that's there every single day. 300, probably like 300 plus days a year, we have a grey sky.
I always thought that utilitarianism was like, just like an efficient government, I guess, but I guess I'm wrong, I don't know. But it's not what she means at all.
Important fucking vitamin. If you have a lack of vitamin D, say hello to cancer. Say hello to many more illnesses when you don't have vitamin D. Do you know hospitals back in the day, they used to have sun terraces? Why don't they have sun terraces?
Do they? Does she not know that, like, she's just racist, so she doesn't know anything, right? She doesn't know anything at all. vitamin D is what the sun gives you by being outside, but she's saying that, like, oh, we don't get enough sun in the global north or whatever. But, like, I mean, I might be wrong about this, right? But, like, if you're white, you absorb more vitamin D, right? Regardless, like, that's like the whole. Am I wrong? I've not made that up, right? Have I made that up? I don't know. Maybe I made that up. Okay, whatever. But, well, whatever. But, like, she's still chatting rubbish because it's like... She is like... She is like... Vitamin D... No vitamin D will give you cancer. But there's loads of other things that will give you cancer. Anyway, whatever, man. Like...
Because they want you sick. Right, they want you sick. They want you sick and reliant on them. And if you can't see that, and you're just not awake, you're not awake yet, and I can't force you to do that. It'll come in due course time.
It'll come in due course time.
We all have our own little life, and we all have our own experience in this life. And my experience in the UK will be different to your experience in the UK. You might love it. You might love the grey weather, you might love the lack of community, because it's every man for himself in the UK.
The lack of community is nothing to do with being in the UK. This is a broad problem with capitalism, right?
What else am I running away from? Another question that I get asked, what's my mum going to do? My mum's a free woman, my mum's got her own house, my mum can do whatever the fuck she wants, right? As soon as she hits a pension, she can go to Cyprus and her pension will still be covered over in Cyprus.
I also hate her voice so much because she's doing a thing where it feels like she's trying to do a black accent, right? It feels like she's trying to do a black accent and it's proper like cringe. Proper cringe.
Agreement with, and I did actually mention this on my live last night. I went live last night for 2 hours. That's never happened before. I've never done that before. But I had a lot to say. And you said, don't believe everything you see on the net. I'm guessing you're referring to the grooming gangs. The grooming gangs.
Oh my God, she's so racist.
Step in my hometown, Colne, Nelson, Burnley, Barrowford, Lancashire, where Charlene Downs got groomed by a kebab shop owner and then chopped up and fed to the public in kebabs.
They're coming here and they're grooming kids and putting them in kebabs. What the fuck? That's the most insane shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, what, is that not true? I've met the social worker that worked on that case. Is she just a fucking part of my imagination as well? Yeah. Listen, if you're happy with this and you're happy raising children in the UK and you want to have your life here, go for it. It's probably because you're not in the highest tax bracket. Probably because you're probably doing bare minimum and you're happy with that. I'm not.
Oh my God, shut up. Holy fucking shit. She's just chatting so much rubbish.
I'm happy with bare minimum. I don't want that. I was put on this earth to enjoy everything. I was put on this earth to explore. I was put on this earth to eat the finest food. I weren't put on this earth to do anything else apart from experience.
She's delusional as hell, man, right? She's fucking delusional as hell. She's like, I was put on this earth to make money. No, yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah, as Han's saying in the chat, basically what she did was she made money doing OnlyFans before it went huge, made a bunch of money, became a landlord, and started selling really shit clothes. Oh my God, look at her fucking... This profile picture is just like so insane. Oh, it's AI! It's AI! It's AI, of course it is. Yeah, that's her law. It's just so insane. She defo goes to Creamfields. Right, anyway, just a little bit of a, you know, just a little bit of a detour there. We're getting back in, yeah. We're getting right back into the L. Ron Hubbard, you know, this stuff. Right, back to magic.
Demonstrates a close paternal bond, with Jack addressing his mentor as beloved father and signing off as thy son.
Rockets and rituals,
But at the end of his life, Crowley's final statement regarding Jack was one of disappointment. About Jack Parsons, all I can say is that I am sorry. He was led astray firstly by Smith, then by a confidence man named Hubbard. He is just a weak-minded fool and must go to the devil in his own way.
Mental.
As the 1940s neared its end, Jack's misfortune was only beginning.
Communism in reality is not a political party. It is a way of life, an evil and malignant way of life.
Yay!
It reveals a condition akin to disease that spreads like an epidemic. And like an epidemic, a quarantine is necessary to keep it from infecting this nation.
Hell yeah, dog.
Members of the Caltech Rocketeers who
afraid.
had helped secure an Allied victory in the war were coming under suspicion for un-American activities.
Wait, what?
Within Caltech had been
McCarthyism was mental, man.
led by a Russian-born physicist named Sidney Weinbaum, who'd been known to recruit graduate students to join the American Communist Party.
Yeah, sounds dope.
An FBI investigation revealed that Frank Molina, the leader of the
Not now, though.
Rocketeers,
The
had
ACP
joined
is
the
very bad
party
now.
under a pseudonym.
He had some left-leaning political tendencies, as a lot of intellectuals did in the 1930s. This is not an uncommon thing. As people looked at the Great Depression and saw that the economic system, capitalism, that the Americans had embraced, didn't seem to be doing all that well at that point in time.
Yeah, a link between McCarthyism and the latter satanic panic is unsurprising,
And he, like
proper conservatism
and I could name any number of
on
other
steroids.
intellectuals of that era, sort of flirted with Marxism. Flirtation is all that it was, but nonetheless, it did, in the aftermath of World War II, lead to Molina getting caught up in the Red Scare, losing his security clearance.
Other members of
Security
the original
Clarence.
Suicide Squad who'd attended these
Just like a
meetings
guy
were
called
also
Clarence.
stripped of their security clearance and removed from the jet propulsion lab they had helped to create. Parsons admitted to the FBI that he'd previously attended meetings of the Sidney Weinbaum Club out of intellectual curiosity. But the Bureau's investigation into Jack's political past would ultimately seize upon a different, controversial ideology. Among his colleagues at Caltech, Jack was discovered to have been circulating a single-page political thesis authored by Aleister Crowley, which bore the title Liber Oz.
Liber Oz is a concise statement of what Crowley believed to be the rights of human beings. It's inherently assertive and even aggressive.
Frank Zappa was a right libertarian?
These are
Nah.
the things that you should go out and do, but these are the things that
I think that kind of proves that he's not smart. He wasn't smart.
Someone's going to get into trouble about Liber Oz.
He was good at music, but not smart if he became a fucking right-wing libertarian.
That there is a clause in there that says man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights, referring to the previously listed rights like freedom of movement and freedom of thought and speech and things that we tend to all agree on are important. When signing on to or circulating a document like this publicly,
Security
there's a
clearance,
risk
he's
that
real.
Someone says,
He's real and he can hurt you.
Kill those who thwart these rights. Is this person threatening us? That's not the point of this document. It's the equivalent, in my view, of Martin Luther putting his theses on the door of a church and saying, here's what I believe is true.
Jack's FBI
He doesn't mean
file
Martin
states
Luther
that he had
King,
been
right?
working in high security roles for American aircraft companies in
This guy's not talking about Martin Luther King. He's on about Martin Luther in the medieval times, right?
Years
of Lutheranism,
expulsion
right?
From
Yeah.
JPL and Aerojet. But having been labeled subversive, Jack wrote that his security clearance had been revoked and his career in jeopardy. In September of 1948,
I got that. I got that.
all my
Sorry, yeah.
activities on charges which include activity in the OTO and the circulation of Liber Oz. Jack's personal life was equally fraught with failure. He had dissolved his first marriage with Helen so that he could marry Marjorie Cannon.
Yeah, who would think that,
But
right?
correspondence shows that the two would often go months without seeing each other, as Marjorie pursued her art career in various cities across the U.S. Although she had become pregnant during the Babylon working, biographies state that she terminated the pregnancy while away from Jack on a trip to New York. The 9-month window for Babylon's incarnation had passed with no evidence of her arrival. By autumn of 1948, Jack's scientific contribution to the growing field of rocketry had been disregarded, as he found himself barred from government work and employed as a filling attendant at a local gas station. He was 34 years old.
It's just great to be wearing pants
He
that
wrote
high.
that he'd arrived at a choice between 3 alternatives.
It's great to be doing
madness, suicide, and something Thelemites call crossing the abyss.
that. Fuck yeah.
The concept of the abyss in Crowley's system is that there is this abyss between everyday human consciousness and superconsciousness.
Typically reserved for advanced students who have reached the AA's 8th grade of exempt adept, the abyss is considered one of the final steps a magician can take to achieve full realization of the true will. It would be the culmination of 10 years of magical training and represent Jack's highest form of devotion to the goddess Babylon.
Through the series of spiritual exercises which Crowley sets out in Thelema, individual initiates climb the tree of life until they reach the abyss, which is guarded by Babylon, and through submitting to her and emptying every last drop of their blood into her chalice, they cross the abyss
into the cum cup,
transcended duality, and become mages.
There is this abyss, 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 there is this abyss.
The abyss is
that's easy.
As the curriculum's most dangerous phase, due to the vulnerable mental state the magician places himself in upon entering. Some sources indicate the journey through the abyss involves invoking the 4 princes of hell.
There's a lot of piss.
With the magician asserting their own willpower as the superior cosmic force.
Superconsciousness is what happens when you take down your 15th Jaeger bomb of the night. Yep, that's right.
In the oath the magician swears upon entering.
And like a Tool song, which is funny, isn't it? Because this has got L. Ron Hubbard in it, and there's the Tool song Eulogy, which is about L. Ron Hubbard.
That you will take everything that happens as a direct communication of the divine with your soul.
And there you go.
That means everything. So the usual interpretation is that at that point you commit yourself to be stark raving paranoid. Everything you notice is somebody telling you something. The warning is that you can go crazy from taking this oath.
Jack's diary claims that on Halloween of 1948, he retreated to the Mojave Desert and remained there in solitude for 40 days.
Certainly the crossing of the abyss is a significant spiritual endeavor which can provoke symptoms which look very much like psychosis. It's a very fragile and a dangerous state, which is why outside of the magical traditions, we have people on spiritual paths retreating to monasteries to be gently taken through these difficult processes.
After his return, he wrote that he had taken the oath and entered the abyss. At present, I have entered magical regions where there is no possibility of outside help or assistance.
I've been there.
The oaths are taken, the bridge is burned, and there is no possibility of turning back.
That's like what happens when you have 5 dried grams of magic mushrooms and you're like, I am going to be this way forever.
If you hear of any of my future experiments, be assured that I am acting in accordance with my true will.
We have the idea of a bridge across the chasm. Now, that is an old mystic idea that there was a chasm. There was a chasm between this existence, where we are now, and a higher plateau of existence. And that many people, trying to make it, fell into the abyss. Well, we've built a bridge, and the bridge goes from this state of existence to that state.
Oh, he's just taking everything.
It's all complete now. And
He's just this is his Scientology, and he just took everything from fucking Thelema. That's crazy.
Although Jack would never see L. Ron Hubbard in person again, his activities in the ensuing years were well known to the public.
Yes, I had been able to handle some human beings in such a way as to produce a new state of being.
Hubbard had introduced his own method for achieving higher states of consciousness. He called it Dianetics. It didn't involve ritual magic, but instead focused on eliminating engrams, traumatic memories that lurk inside the cells of the body, causing sickness and psychological impairments.
We are victimized in this society by many of these engrams. There are certain standard ones that run through the society.
Hubbard claimed to have discovered a new type of auditing therapy, which puts the subject into a hypnotic trance and transforms their mind by identifying these engrams and exhausting their power.
When I count from 1 to 5, the first words of the engram will flash into your mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Can't relax.
Go it again.
You 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 can't relax.
Hubbard claimed auditing sessions could raise a person's IQ by as many as 26 points.
Hubbard claimed that this number that is not true, this not real fake pseudoscience could increase by 5 points if you just give him $2,000 a month.
Well as cure nearly any illness, including poor eyesight. Many journalists began accusing him of orchestrating a hoax or a scam.
Yeah, that's good
Several
that
medical
happened.
professionals called Hubbard's version of hypnotherapy potentially dangerous to a person's psyche. But Dianetics only
Why didn't he
rose
pick
in
69? No one had ever done a 69
Advertisements
at
for
that time
auditing sessions
in the
soon
world.
populated
It
newspapers
just hadn't
across
happened.
the country. Training workshops were established to teach applicants to audit their own patients. And within its first year of operation, Dianetics had
Hi,
made
anti-material
over $1
world. We're just
million
watching this video
in
by
revenue.
Atrocity Guide.
Headlines were calling it the fastest growing movement in America.
This plan has been worked out for...
It's kind of about Scientology and pseudo-religion and stuff.
And these states are attainable, and they walk forward.
Hubbard claimed his system offered the only safe passage into the realm of superconsciousness, and those who attempted to cross by any other means were doomed to fall into the abyss below.
Chemical Brothers
That's
vibes.
The bridge. That's the abyss.
This guy is just...
Jack's own journey through the abyss was having a unique effect on his psychological state, as evidenced in his writing. He produced 2 revealing documents during this time, both written upon swearing the oath. The first took the form of a manifesto.
That's always
Jack
good.
embracing his role as the prophet of Babylon and vowing to rally humanity for the coming apocalypse.
His intention in crossing the abyss was that he would become a Magister Templi, a master of the temple, and would be able to shoulder the authority for the unfolding of the new eon and the overthrow of Christianity, with the establishment of the law of Thelema and his role as Crowley's successor recognized in the world.
Quote, I, Belerion, Antichrist in the year 1949 of the rule of the Black Brotherhood called Christianity, do make my manifesto to all men, an end to the pretense and lying hypocrisy of Christianity, an end to the slave morality, an end to prudery and shame, an end to restriction and inhibition, for I, the Antichrist, am come among you, preaching the word of the beast 666, which is, there is no law beyond do what thou wilt.
So the Antichrist in Revelation is very much a propagandist who is speaking on behalf of the beast. And Jack is placing himself in that position as the voice.
Kind of sounds like the thing that would happen if you were just alone in the desert for a long time, and like you took an oath that said everything that happens to you from this point on is like a secret message from God.
Document was written
not really
only
God,
days after
Satan.
the first. It was written from the perspective of Jack's superconsciousness,
heat stroke hours,
material vehicle that it was taking control. The document takes an inventory of Jack's life from childhood to the present day, interpreting each major event, from his failed marriage to the loss of his fortune at the hands of Hubbard, as necessary steps on his journey to this moment, in which he becomes an agent of his higher self. A new set of rules for Jack's life going forward was established. It would include limiting his magical working and focusing instead on becoming a professional, productive, and conscientious individual. Its final directive reads, "Pay no attention to any phenomena whatsoever, and continue in a sober and responsible way of life under
any
all
phenomena?
Circumstances."
In the document, you can see the best of
any phenomena. Like anything. Phenomena is just like a thing that happens, right? Any phenomena. Pay no attention. Doesn't matter. What do you mean?
Jack, the clarity.
He was going fucking mental.
Scientific illuminism being applied to every aspect of his life.
Everything is dead now except the body and the will. Jack wrote of his progress through the abyss.
Supernatural phenomena? Yeah, but
that the body survived to do that will.
Yeah, maybe, I guess.
By mid-1949, Jack successfully argued the loss of his security clearance in a closed court, reinstating his access to classified material. Newspaper reports show that he obtained a permit to start his own explosives facility, called Parsons Chemical Manufacturing. Side work was found in the special effects departments of film studios, building what is known as squibs, small explosive devices worn under an actor's costume to simulate a gunshot.
He's very much a self-directed, a rational, and a purposive individual who's aiming towards a successful crossing of the abyss.
Jack's ambition was to re-enter the field of rocketry, but the landscape had shifted since the end of the war.
The German rocket team under Werner von Braun is brought to the U.S. The Caltech Rocketeers and the German Rocketeers worked together for a short period of time at White Sands.
In the face of ongoing political investigations, and slowly being replaced by their wartime enemies, many of Jack's former colleagues would leave the United States altogether, beginning with their leader, Frank Molina.
Ultimately, he leaves rocketry altogether, moves to Paris, and becomes an artist. He had a long, successful career as an artist after that, and this was even the founder of a major art journal called Leonardo, which is still...
And this is the guy who, watch out, this guy was like...
The prospect of...
He was just one of the guys, oh shit. Hey, I heard there's no such thing. There's never been a country called that. That's crazy. What's that about, chat?
Which is still existing today.
The prospect...
What's that about? That's crazy. I keep hearing that it doesn't exist. I keep hearing that place is just not real. But it just shows up again and again. Right? Damn, that's weird. What does that say? That's odd. That's a bit crazy.
The prospect of leaving the United States in search of better opportunities also appealed to Jack. And in 1950, he was offered the opportunity to relocate to the new state of Israel.
Oh no. Oh no.
Part of their developing rocket program.
So what we see from Jack's life is that he completed his writing, he was setting out...
Yeah, you're not supposed to pay attention to that kind of phenomena.
A new chapter of his life. taking a trip to Mexico with Cameron to see if they could save their marriage, and also planning on taking ultimately a job in Israel.
Oh,
but
no.
Jack's career would never get its second wind. During his application to the Israeli rocket program, he submitted copies of his own research that had been labeled classified. His own secretary notified the FBI, and Jack's security clearance was again revoked, and an investigation into possible espionage was opened.
I mean... like, here's the thing, yeah? I would not be surprised if, like, the psycho fucking Zionist militias were like, yo, we heard that you're doing rocket shit. Tell us all about that, bro. And, I don't know, I would not be surprised if they also knew that he was, like, losing his mind in a desert, trying to go on a spiritual journey that didn't make sense to fucking anybody. And Israel were like, hell yeah, dude, we got a really vulnerable individual who has access to extremely sensitive information and weapon manufacturing details. Cool. Let's get on him.
Entered the final period of his life. Correspondent shows his thoughts returning to the Babylon prophecy. I have suffered some vicious astral attacks lately, and my scryings indicate that they relate to a fruition of one aspect of the Babylon working. It is now 4 years since I saw the words of destiny in blood and fire.
Okay, well, I mean, like, here's the thing. I think in this video, at least, Atrocity Guy said Free Palestine because she literally has a map where it says Palestine and then says the new state of Israel. Right?
Transcribed my own disaster.
Gives the vibes of someone posting classified
he ever produced was
classified
a letter
information on War Thunder forums, yeah.
Which didn't arrive until after Jack's death. He mentions experiencing...
I don't know how sophisticated Mossad was at the time.
Melancholy, social ostracism,
possibly
economic collapse, and mental dissociation.
I mean, a lot of, like, Mossad, like, back in the day was just US intelligence who were people who, like, went to Israel, right? Went to Palestine, but, you know.
Before concluding with this perplexing final paragraph,
they wouldn't have been the international intelligence
I'm off to the wilds of Mexico for a period,
back in the day.
Also in pursuit
nowadays,
of the elusive holy guardian angel, before winding up in the guardroom finally via the booby hatch, the graveyard.
Booby hatch? What do you mean? What?
If the end, you can tell all the little practices that I wouldn't have missed it for anything. Signing off as
Mossad's sophistication is just the CIA telling him everything. Yeah, I mean that could be true, right? I believe that. Hey, PvP.
The explosion occurred in late afternoon of July 17th.
Booby hatch is an old term for a mental institution. What? What? So like a booby was like an unwell person, right? A booby was a crazy person. A booby was someone really suffering with psychological illnesses. A booby slang. I mean, like, if you say a booby slang is now just going to come up with like breast. Booby. I'm just getting loads of pictures of boobs on Google whenever. when so stupid. Hey, the Online Safety Act didn't work then. That's crazy. That's stupid.
A roommate discovered Jack lying beneath an old wash tub.
Right, people saying you boob.
With his right arm blown off.
Booby trap is obviously like, oh, it's a trap for someone who doesn't have all their mental faculties together, right?
And the skin of his cheeks burned away to reveal his teeth. An ambulance rushed him to the hospital, but he was pronounced dead only minutes after arriving. with his cause of death recorded as multiple injuries of his entire body.
Wait, what?
The police investigation revealed that the accident occurred while Jack was attempting to complete a last-minute order for the special effects department of a film studio. With his laboratory equipment packed for Mexico, he attempted to mix the explosive in an old coffee can. The can slipped from his grasp and ignited as it crashed to the floor. Headlines reporting the event referred to it as a double tragedy, as Jack's mother ingested a bottle of sleeping pills moments after hearing of her son's fate.
Oh my god.
Marjorie Cameron was
They cut his entire body off.
Seen hours later, and the following morning, the story appeared on the front page of the Los Angeles Times.
What the fuck?
In the years following Jack's death, Marjorie Cameron would embrace her role in Jack's magical work.
Yeah, it has to be Pat.
Playing the character of Babylon in a film by fellow Thelemite Kenneth Anger.
Wait, I've heard of this guy.
Her paintings, displayed across the Los Angeles art scene, would be one of the few remnants of Thelemic ideology in the ensuing decades.
That's a booby.
These things we know in Dianetics. We know, in short, the bug that gets into the machine. We can troubleshoot the machine.
L. Ron Hubbard's Dianetics would change its name to the Church of Scientology and continue along its trajectory of becoming one of the most popular fringe religions in the world.
You know, Scientology occupies the most space on this earth of practically anything. We're in
Is that the tragedy of Jack Parsons? I'm not gonna lie, chat. This was pretty mid.
countries that haven't even heard of Christianity.
This was pretty mid.
In 1969,
in the grand scheme of
Times
things,
released an expose.
I guess like learning about L. Ron Hubbard's
Jack's Babylon
beginnings
working,
is interesting.
The details of which were not previously known to members of Scientology. 2 months later, the Sunday Times printed Scientology's official response, which claimed that their founder participated in Jack's magical operation for the purpose of infiltrating and disbanding the OTO and putting an end to their savage and bestial rites. Quote, Hubbard's mission was successful.
Coffee killed a guy and you think that's mid? No, not that.
The house was torn down. Hubbard rescued a girl they were using. The black magic group was dispersed and destroyed.
An explosives expert dying from an amateur error like that is pretty tragic. Right, listen, what I'm doing is, okay, on its own, in a vacuum, yeah, it's quite tragic. I agree, yeah? However, Atrocity Guide's videos, I was introduced to Atrocity Guide's videos with the Dolphin House. Right? Do you all know about the Dolphin House? The Dolphin House was a house where there was a guy, he's like a famous guy as well, maybe a famous Scientologist or something, and he was like, I'm doing LSD in a flotation tank upstairs, and I'm gonna try and communicate telepathically to all the dolphins that I've turned this house into to live in the I made an aquarium. I turned my house into an aquarium. I'm gonna be in a flotation tank signaling to dolphins downstairs while my assistant tries to teach them how to speak English, and then she ended up like sexually assaulting the dolphins. Right? That's the level. John C. Lilly, that's it. No, he wasn't a Scientologist, he was just a weirdo. Yeah, that's the level of what I have come to expect from Atrocity Guide videos. And so that's why I'm saying this is mid, because this, whilst interesting, certainly did not have all the ups and downs and corkscrews and fucking twists and turns. I remember it being brought up in relation to Echo the Dolphin for some reason. Well, because Echo the Dolphin is kind of like a sentient dolphin, right? And also the sentience of dolphins is like a contested thing. Or like all animals are sentient, right? But you know what I mean? Like the actual like genuine, proper, aware consciousness. People are like, yeah, dolphins probably have that, right?
And has never
They probably
recovered.
understand that they're a living thing.
By the time of the mid-60s or so,
I don't know, man. They don't all need to be roller coasters. Yeah, they do!
Through the work of people like Timothy Leary, with Crowley showing up on Sgt. Pepper album cover and things like that. It was sort of there in the fringes.
I feel mildly vindicated that he didn't personally do an atrocity. Yeah, that's crazy. He didn't do anything, right?
Phyllis was one of the few.
You think all animals know that they're a living thing? Yeah, maybe.
With students,
possibly.
Really keeping it alive through publications.
Who knows, right? Who knows how they think?
In the late 60s, early 70s, he was working with her husband at the time, Grady McMurtry, and others.
Octopuses is certainly one as well, right? Octopuses are super clever.
Groups of the 40s and 50s who were still living, and started initiating again. That's when OTO was essentially restarted. AA had always been going under Phyllis, but certainly started to build in terms of bringing in new students.
Frictions within the community would cause the AA to splinter into several different branches, with some still operating on a strict tuition-free policy. Legitimacy of each branch is
Octopus got 9 brains. That's crazy, right?
That traces back to Crowley, with David Shoemaker's AA and Temple of the Silver Star meeting such criteria.
It's been my focus for the past 15 years.
Yeah, I remember the Rama video as well.
And continuing to try to evolve that with the help of some wonderful people has been largely my life's work.
I thought a lady was going to get her boobies out.
But many members of the new lineage of
she didn't, but
would look back on Jack's magical work.
I thought she would. I thought she was going to.
Cautionary tale.
You know, we've all heard of Babylon stories about Jack Parsons. I was in the same house for 3 months with Jack starting some stuff. That place was horrible. I used to try and go up there and clear it out with a banshee ritual, but I was no match for what Jack had got going around. Evocation can be extremely dangerous if you cannot control yourself, and Jack could not control himself.
Jack had very much turned away from Crowley's order and was trying to go in his own direction. So the official OTO line is a recognition of Jack as part of magical history, but a complete failure to accept the terms of the Book of Babylon as somehow being the 4th book of the law.
Do you consider Liber 49 to be canonical?
I consider it to be valuable in its own terms, but I don't consider it canonical as 4th chapter of the Book of the Law or anything like that. And I've never talked with anyone in my 30 years who did believe that this was canonical 4th chapter of the Book of the Law. So that's a no.
The American OTO's official website keeps a running list of distinguished individuals who have contributed to the development of Thelema throughout its history. Of the 21 names listed, Jack Parsons is not among them.
This is the tragedy bit. He's been left behind, even though he was a trailblazer in magic.
Jado in its original form can still be seen in action at aviation shows around the country.
That's crazy. Look how fucking, like, temperamental this kind of fuel is. That's mental.
Value. But the most common use of modern-day jet-assisted takeoff is seen during the launch stage of spaceflight missions. True to their original design, they are filled with solid fuel and attached to the vehicle's sides, where their unique explosive power boosts the spacecraft to its desired altitude. Like their ancestors, they are jettisoned once they've served their brief but critical purpose.
Solid rocket booster separated.
Well, there you go. He had like a proper impact on shit like this.
Same time that the
That's
Caltech
interesting.
Rocketeers had quite significant success early on, they are not remembered. Not in the same way that the Werner von Braun rocket team of German engineers who came
That's
to
the tragedy.
United States at the end of World War II. They were famously the developers of the V-2 rocket, the first ballistic missile, and they became famous in the aftermath of World War II as the Germans who helped Americans get to the moon. That's an overstatement.
Not Nazi enough for us to remember them.
von Braun
Extremely
team.
sad.
But for all of their pop culture resonance, the Caltech Frank Molina rocket team is almost unknown. And it
Well, that was the thing. That was the whole part, like the first part of the video, right? The first part of the video was talking about how much work they had to do to try and figure out a way to do aviation that was different from like loads of other people in the way that they thought it could be done. They were like, theoretically we can make planes take off proper quick, super fast, and we don't need propellers and all that kind of business. but they just didn't like know how to do it, and they were doing loads and loads of research to be like, can we do it like that? Can we do it like this? That was like what the first half of the video was all about.
In my mind.
The Jet Propulsion Laboratory
And then Jack got a demon to give him a hint,
would go on to become one of the country's leading scientific institutions and help to bring the United States into the space age. Jack would not live long enough to see his dream of space exploration realized, but following the US moon landing, his scientific contribution was recognized with a 25-mile-wide impact crater on the moon's dark side being given the name Parsons.
Parsons has probably gotten the credit he deserves.
Don't look too dark to me.
Perhaps gotten a little more scrutiny than he might have otherwise because of his background in the occult. But be that as it may, his contributions in the development of early rockets out of the Caltech community was significant.
As many reflect on the legacy of Jack Parsons, one lingering question remains. At the critical moment of transporting a container of explosives, and knowing full well that dropping it would mean his death, what caused his grip to loosen?
Jack was observed throughout his life as working with explosives in an extremely haphazard fashion, so Occam's razor suggests that it was indeed a terrible accident.
The investigation into his death...
I mean, lots of people can just kind of go like, right? Even if you are dealing... Here's the thing, right? To me, it makes more sense that someone who has worked with explosions lots of times, like, has handled them all through his life, it kind of becomes normalized, and it's just not that much of a big deal in terms of the risk. They just forget that the risk is there, right? Everyone drops stuff. It just happens. And I think that he probably wasn't thinking too much about, oh, well, you know, I've carried this stuff millions of times. It's just like normal. And he's not thinking. But then the Babylon prophecy thing mentioned fire. Ooh, what?
Revealed that sometime before the explosion, Jack had been carelessly disposing of volatile chemicals in his laboratory trash can. A habit which a colleague compared to a highly trained surgeon operating with dirty hands.
He was probably murdered by the United States government. Either that or he died in an accident.
Wait, what? Why?
Murder theories are entertained by many to this day. Culprits range from the FBI to a man named Earl Kennett,
because he leaked
provided expert witness testimony against in the Los Angeles car bombing trial 14 years earlier.
Oh.
News
I thought it was because he leaked information, sensitive state information to fucking...
But no evidence was
fascist militias in Palestine.
That anyone other than Jack was involved.
My position is that in the practice of magic, there is really no such thing as a natural death. So there are a couple of things that I see going on from a magical perspective. One is that Hubbard planted what could be seen as some quite deep suggestions in the Babylon working, predicting Jack's death. Flame is our lady, flame is her hair, I am flame. Thou shalt become...
Israel is exempt. No, back in the day it was different. Back in the day it was fucking different. They were like, the United States was super mad that they were like spying on the nuclear weapon program and shit. There is a history of the United States being like, oh, this is shit, we funded this project, but they're doing like insane things and it's bad and yada yada yada. It wasn't always quite the uncritical support that they've had in recent years.
She incarnates. So I think Jack's death was a magical death, and I think his martyrdom was necessary, and it's one of the reasons that we're still talking about him today.
The simplest theory of the accident came from the person who arguably knew him best.
Ed Foreman says he thinks it was a warm day, Parsons' hands were sweaty, it slipped. He probably watched the fulminate of mercury drop to the floor and watched it in its slow descent and knew exactly what he was in for.
Mental. Well, that's great, isn't it? American intelligence doesn't care if Israel spies on us. No, I know that. I know that. I know that. This was 1938 or some shit. 1943.
Roger Lanius, David
It was a different
Shoemaker, and
time.
Peter Gray, whose unique perspectives helped bring this story to life. I don't take sponsorships very often, but I'm proud to be working with this video's sponsor,
Ground News. I mean, this is kind of like a bit of an indicator that Atrocity Guide is based, right? Even though Ground News takes all the stuff from the Associated Press, which is biased, but, you know, that's kind of a good indicator. She said Free Palestine. She said read Ground News. Hell yeah. That's why you should support her. That's why you should enjoy her videos. Right, okay, chat, I'm going to have a quick break. I'm just going to have a little wee. Use the opportunity yourself to take your meds if you haven't already. Have a little stretch of your legs. Look at something that isn't the computer screen. Yada, yada, yada. Or don't do any of that. Do whatever you want. I can't stop you. I won't be long. I'll be two minutes. Behave yourselves. Right, I'm just making a coffee chat. Oh, hey, Mort, how you doing? Yeah, we're doing Aliens next. Quick chat, he's gone. Let's commodify shelter. No, don't. What? Don't do that. Okay. Andrew just been getting some birds gifted to me on my birthday. Nice. Sorry, Mule, I've already bought 20 properties and lent them out. Now those people have sublet them to 400 people. I just can't believe that you were all absorbed into landlordism so easily. I'm so disappointed in all of you, chat. We are doing aliens next. Can I see your shirt? Yeah, it's the Guts one. It's Burke. Remember John Burke? Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's a good t-shirt. This is embarrassing. My state has just announced August the 1st will be Hulk Hogan Day. All flags will be flown at half-mast at every government building. What? I didn't get absorbed into landlordism. I just convinced 50 or so people to jump off a cliff for the unholy savior Barbello. I'm so disappointed. My stream was paused. Oh, you missed so much stuff. You didn't. I just got back. What the fuck is going on? Ron DeSantis announces Hulk Hogan Day. It's probably just a diversion to abolish all unions in the city. Now there's a Hulk Hogan Day, right? The WWE icon died at the age of 71 last week after suffering fatal cardiac arrest. You know, I always thought he looked like a cheeseburger, right? And it is funny that he died of a heart attack. He was eating so many cheeseburgers. Like, I just think, like, what do you think you're doing, man? Like, well, the McDonald's colors are that color because it's like the meat and the cheese, right? That's why it's that. So he's just a cheeseburger. He had too much sushi? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, of course he was just like drinking fucking Pabst Blue Ribbon. Heineken? Bullshit! Pabst Blue Ribbon! Ketchup and mustard, right? Yeah, ketchup and mustard, meat and cheese. In honor of a great Floridian, Hulk Hogan, we are lowering the flags at the Capitol in Pinellas County tomorrow. And additionally, I'm officially declaring tomorrow, August 1st, 2025, as Hulk Hogan Day in Florida. Nobody is going to remember that next year. Nobody is going to remember that. Everybody is going to forget that. They're going to forget it happened in a week. Right? In his sex tape, he says he's had too much sushi before having sex with Bubba the Love Sponge's wife. Or while he's doing it. It's just crazy that that's a sentence, right? Look at that sentence. Look at this. Look at... Well, that's just going to show all the chat. But, like, look at this. This sentence is crazy, man. It's just crazy that this is an accurate sentence. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, you're right, Max. Soy right rage bait holiday, right? Like they're thinking this is gonna get the liberals so triggered. right? That's the only reason. But this sentence is crazy. Is it any crazier than Epstein being asked about his egg-shaped penis? What are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean, man? No, I didn't hear that. What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean that's real? Epstein's penis was literally rotund. I don't know when you're supposed to learn about such a thing. So it looked like Sleewa's head. No, I know about Trump's mushroom penis. Yeah, I know about that. Add these sentences to the list of reasons to travel back in time and kill Columbus. Yeah. So many reasons. Such a long list. Oh, you see, Val didn't know about the mushroom penis thing. Vince McMahon's wife is dismantling the U.S. Department of Education. Wait. I know her name, right? Stephanie McMahon, right? Mental. It's terrible. What a terrible world that we live in. I can't believe I blew your mind on that. I'm not sure about the reality of it. He was asked in some interview. Oh, Linda McMahon. Right. Hi, Alejandro. How you doing? I can't believe I blew your mind on that. Not sure about the reality of it. He was asked in some interview, and it was to make him upset enough to fuck up his case. a rotund dick. Brilliant. Oh, God. Right, chat. Okay, listen. We got candy for the entire week. Here's what we do, yeah? Here's what we do on this stream. It gets super detailed. I'm gonna find the transcript. Oh, can we not? Here's what we do on this stream, yeah? Some political streamers that you'll watch will be like, yo, we've just looked at some horrible, heinous shit. Yeah? So now, what we're gonna do is watch some fun shit. I don't do that on any other day. Maybe we'll have a laugh at some stuff on some days. I don't know. People enjoy my streams, so maybe that's what it is. But what we do, right? What we do on this stream particularly is we wind it down on Wednesday, and then on Thursday we watch something very, very funny together that we'll all enjoy a lot, right? That we'll all enjoy a lot. This is Danny Dyer, I believe in UFOs. Yeah, if you don't know who Danny Dyer is, he's an old British actor. He's not that old. He's done loads of stuff, right? He's done loads of stuff. And this is a documentary that he did on BBC. It's unlikely that he's not a Manc, he's a Cockney. He's not a Manc, he's a Cockney. It's unlikely that this is going to make the VOD. So VOD watchers, good luck. Good luck. Pray to the YouTube gods that they let this one through. It's already on YouTube. So I will be so surprised if I can't rebroadcast this in some way. Right? So I hope that you can join us for this. So fingers crossed. Anyway, this is the BBC documentary Danny Dyer, I Believe in UFOs. It's happening, chat. We're doing it. We're locking in. maybe I should preface this with some people who don't know. There are some people in the chat who are new. You know, the stream's growing, the community's growing. I've seen a UFO. I believe that UFOs exist. I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're aliens or whatever. I've watched a lot of UFO content in my life. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure. It's like ghost paranormal content. I love all that. I feel like if you were like a kid in the 90s in the UK, you just couldn't escape it. I think even in the USA, right? Because I know that it's kind of like gone on a bit in the USA. It's like dragged on a bit longer, the UFO hype. But like any kind of paranormal stuff in the 90s was like so, you know, intensely captivating for me. Hey, Big Bug Nuts, even in Australia, there you go, right? Yeah, you are allowed to say mank, but you spelled it wrong. Mank is M-A-N-C, not M-A-N-K. There's no K in Manchester, right? Right, the X-Files, innit? Yeah, the X-Files. Every flying object is a UFO if you're bad enough at identifying them. Yes, correct. I watched so much Bigfoot and UFO docs as a kid on the History Channel and whatnot. Yep. X-Files was huge everywhere. UFOs are probably a government-made distraction, to be fair. No, I disagree. I disagree massively, but who cares? We can disagree on it because it's a thing that doesn't affect people's lives, right? So there you go. Flying without glasses, every bird is a UFO, correct. I can't say, chat, I started watching X-Files last year. I'd never watched it before in my life. Like, it was too scary for me as a kid. I was like, I can't watch this. Because UFO stuff was already scary to me, right? It was already super scary. And I was like, yeah, I'm not watching any of this anymore. It's so scary that these little guys can just, like, come in my room and steal me at night. I'm already terrified of that happening in the playground, right? And it was campy and cheesy. Yeah, no, I didn't like I thought that some of the episodes were so mid. I can't sit on a toilet vault anymore without thinking about the worm monster who lived in the sewers from X-Files. Right, there were some episodes that were scary as hell. They did one episode that was just like ripping off the thing. Does anyone know which one I'm on about? It's the one where they've got like a blood virus and no one knows who has it and they're all paranoid and stuff, and it's literally just the plot of the thing, and it really annoyed me. I can believe the Silver Streak could have been real, and the idea, if we've seen aliens already, that it might be them grey fuckers like with Paul. Right, yeah. I remember that one. I went to a UFO watchtower actually earlier this month in New Mexico. They had a skeleton of a horse that was supposedly abducted. I mean, that's just like terrible evidence, right? Terrible evidence. The best evidence for UFOs, and extraterrestrial life, in my opinion, is the what's it called? Rua or Ziwa? It's Rua. Rua, Zimbabwe in 1994. Bunch of kids, right, were in a playground, and every single one of them saw a UFO, described the same thing under various different interrogations. Well, they weren't interrogated, they were interviewed by a psychologist, like one of the head ufologists. I can't remember his name. And they all said the same thing, and they also said that, like, a majority of them also said that the aliens telepathically communicated to them that humans were fucking up their planet. And this was way before any kind of like loud global warming kind of propaganda was even remotely being seen in the Imperial Core, right? Global warming propaganda, I mean from like environmental activists, or like the world wasn't really super aware of global warming, and apparently these extraterrestrials were just like, yeah, you need to like think about the way that your planet looks after itself because it's really bad and it harms everybody. Anyway, that's my opinion, and I've heard like a bunch of different things. And like I said, I've seen a UFO, and it's weird. You start to like question reality. I was talking about this with my partner the other day. She also knows someone who's seen a UFO, and it's like, it's so weird. It's just like, it's an indescribable thing where you're just like, your brain is like that doesn't make sense. You've not seen it, and it like shuts down. It's like a trauma response. You're like, you've not seen that. It isn't real. But then I guess like as you get older and you're like, no, that did happen. The thing that like triggered me to think about it again is that I met the guy that I was with when I saw it. We both saw it together, like me, him, his dad, his sister, all in the car, and we all saw like pretty much the same thing. And he met me one year when I was like 28 or something, like 7 years ago, and I was like, oh yeah, that did happen, didn't it? What the fuck? And then it all came rushing back, and it was like pretty like overwhelming, and I was like, nah, it was real. Like, you know, your brain just like doesn't want to let you believe it, because it's like, if that's true, then everything that we think is just so far from what we actually think the universe is all about and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, that's my opinions on it. However, this is not going to be a serious stream. We are going to watch Danny Dyer be very funny about UFOs. Right? Mia says, okay, real important question. Do you believe in aliens capable of interstellar travel? Do you believe in positivism? I never said that I believe in aliens capable of interstellar travel. I don't know what it is that I saw. Right? I'm not about to be like, it's definitely this definitely happened. There's every chance that it could be something that we don't understand, like interdimensional. It could be time travelers. It could be us from the future. I don't know. Like, I don't know. You know, who knows, right? What the fuck do we know? But Danny Dyer is going to tell us. Oh, what the fuck is this Deus Core research shit? What are you on about? I feel like there must be life on other planets when I read about how life started here on Earth when conditions weren't even viable, right? Yeah, I've never been more ready for anything in my entire life.
Every 6 minutes, someone, somewhere on Earth sees a UFO.
Min. Here we go. Could be blowy ghosts, exactly, you don't know.
Would say
all things perceptible through human perception or reality, things beyond our perception, who knows?
You know, the idea of us being visited by aliens from another planet, you know, there's more chance of me becoming Prime Minister. But is believing in something that most people find ridiculous really that stupid?
This is great, chat.
Contact Life Hellsberg with the greatest thing for mankind that ever happened.
Wait, they get Patrick, what's his face on here?
So the big question is, are we alone in the universe? I want to believe that we're not.
I would vote for Danny Dyer.
And I'm going to meet the people who are brave enough to try and prove it.
His vibe is so funny.
Well, I think that an otherworldly intelligence is actually focused into the planets themselves.
All makes sense to me, son.
Patrick Moore, that's it.
I'm just aliens are doing this. Do people think that I'm, you know, a nutcase?
You know, I want to believe.
Yeah, you'll see one tonight, I'm sure.
My name's Danny Dyer, and I believe in UFOs.
Oh, great. Great. Impact font. Fucking impact font.
Before I set out on this journey, I need to know the odds I'm up against. Is my dream that we're not alone in the universe science fact or science fiction?
We're on our way to meet a very, very...
I like that theory, Mia.
A man I was brought up...
Fetterman was abducted after midterms. Yeah, by Israel.
Unfortunately, I think he's 86 years of age. Sir Patrick Moore.
Here we have many of the mountains and craters. There's the Sea of Crises, the one that I showed you on the Lunic pictures. There's a well-known crater, Ptolemy, in the early 100 miles.
Indie Sleaze moment, BBC 3.
I'm a bit nervous.
This was definitely like 2009 or something, right? 2008. Because they used to do this letterbox thing because people still had 4x3 TVs. Like it was still like a normal thing to have a TV like that.
His intelligence and how much he knows about space and, you know, planets and
little island.
I got given for my 18th, but wait, my 18th? No, my 19th birthday, chat. When I was renting my first flat, my dad got me a TV for my birthday. You know, like a proper it wasn't a flat screen. It was like a plasma TV. It was the like proto flat screen TV, and you know, I've still got it. And it's mental because it like gets dead warm and it's probably so bad at energy efficiency.
So, you know, I don't want to come at him with a UFO thing because he just might throw me out of his house.
Patrick Moore's dead bad? Wait, why? I seem to remember hearing something about that. Is he going Patrick Moore's gaff?
Look at all the stuff he's got up here now. These caricatures of ideas.
John Rhys Davies type?
Look at that. Love that. You know, what does it all mean? What does it all mean? This is what
okay.
Because I'm going to think he's going to be very sort of anti-alien, you know, greys, all this sort of stuff. He's more scientific about it. But look, he's smothered his walls with all this sort of stuff. You know? Fascinating. Look at it.
BMX on the Saturn rings is sick.
So I'm going to ask you straight away, I mean, do you believe there is intelligent life elsewhere in the universe?
Yes. So do I. Our sun is one of 100,000 million stars in our galaxy. Our galaxy, well, we can see 1,000 million galaxies. So the number of stars known to exist is colossal. And we know now many of these have planets, and there must be many where life could appear. What we don't know is this. Find a world where life could appear, will it? That's what we haven't proved. Seeing is one thing, and proving is quite another.
This is the thing. I mean, there has to be. I mean, it's a ridiculous idea.
I quite agree.
There can't be.
I quite agree.
So, I mean, do you believe that aliens have visited Earth?
There's no proof that they have, but if an alien...
Oh, no. In the 1970s, he was the chairman of Anti-Immigration United Country Party, a position he held until the party was absorbed by the New Britain Party in 1980. He campaigned for the political Edmund Ironmonger at the 1979 general election, as two men agreed the French and Germans were not to be trusted. Ironmonger and Moore gave up political campaigning after deciding they were Thatcherites. Scrimothy Todger. Well, it's good that he's dead, isn't it?
Yeah. A million years ago, which is a very short time, he'd found no trace of intelligent life. I'm not sure he would now, imagine.
No, to be fair, mate, yeah, I don't think it's a good time for him to visit at the moment.
I don't know.
I mean, what are the chances?
It's funny that they're saying that now. Like here, back then, this is 2009, right?
That we're going to find intelligent life, you know, given the vastness of space.
The general consensus is there must be life up there. We must try to find it. The chances are very slim, but they're not nil.
No.
If we don't try...
To be fair, the French and Germans are not to be trusted, right?
Well, of course, we've got to try.
But also the Brits.
We have to try.
Right.
You give me confidence, really. You've not shattered me dreams. You've not...
Hey, Valerie, how's it going? Pretty average for someone in the British media establishment, correct?
It's a lot to me, and
if we did discover and contact life elsewhere, it would be the greatest thing for mankind that ever happened. And it's not impossible. The chances are low, we know that.
Buddy.
Patrick. A real moment for
Hang on, I just heard him do a weird meow.
Oh, thank you so much. I've learnt a lot.
Nice to see you.
Beautiful. I'm gonna leave you to it. The cricket's on, clearly. Love a bit of cricket. I love that. He's got a drop of wine in front of him. Good luck with everything, okay?
And to you.
True gentleman. I thought he was going to totally put me off the whole thing and say that I've been looking at the stars for a long, long time, and you know, there's nothing.
That was an awkward exit. It was quick. Wait, what? What happened? Sorry, I was worried about the boy, but he's okay.
Okay.
And to you.
Love it. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I've learnt a lot.
Nice to see you.
Beautiful. I'm gonna leave you to it. The cricket's on, clearly. Love a bit of cricket. I love that. He's got a drop of wine in front of him. Good luck with everything, okay?
And to you.
True gentleman. I thought he was going to
a bit awkward.
me off the whole thing and say that I've been looking at the stars for a long, long time and, you know, there's nothing going on, boy, forget it. But he hasn't. He's not said that to me, you know. He's saying that there's definitely things going on out there.
I watched a wide interview yesterday with an astrobiologist and he explained how easily there could be life out there. We basically searched a cup of water's worth in a giant ocean when it comes to space exploration. Yeah, for sure.
The bad news is, gathering hard evidence for alien life ain't going to be easy. Just because you've seen something weird in the sky, it doesn't necessarily follow that aliens are involved.
I see you in my star.
Fucking Ian Brown tune, man. I used to fucking love Ian Brown so much.
Look at the most common things that cause UFO reports. You're looking at things such as bright planets like
just
Mars,
a weird
on the
anti-vaxxer, COVID denier knobhead.
Craft seen from unusual angles that are coming into land with landing lights flashing. There are weird meteorological phenomena that are very, very rare. Things like ball lightning, which is a big sphere of incandescent light that can appear and disappear, behave in a very bizarre manner. Most recently, we've had a
yeah, but people also deny that that's a thing, right?
Releasing what are known as Chinese lanterns, which are effectively mini hot air balloons. You know, people have seen these Chinese lanterns, and because they're unfamiliar.
Guy from Stone Roses, Ian Brown, yeah. He had a solo career as well.
With so much stuff going on up here, it's going to be really hard to nail a UFO.
He played your favourite character in the Potter movies? He's not in that.
By keeping
what? He's not in them?
Ground.
Wait, what?
I'm on my way to look at a very British phenomenon that's been causing a bit of a rumble for years.
It baffled scientists and...
He's reading a book in the leaky cauldron and stirring his tea with magic. Well, that's embarrassing, isn't it? I mean, at least it was before we knew that she was a horrible transphobe, but I kind of think Ian Brown is definitely a transphobe. I'm pretty fucking certain of it.
Almost for centuries.
He's reading Stephen Hawking.
Are they really true? Are they really true? Don't tell your mates on the council estate.
And I'd honestly like to think that they are made by
the famous sitting T-boy.
I want to believe in that fantasy, you know, and I'm interested to see about what the people have got to say and why they feel aliens are doing it, and also the people that just absolutely think it's complete rubbish. You know, the alien believers. You know, they feel the people that say that it's a hoax, a bit disrespectful, really, you know? They're saying that they're all, you know, it makes them look stupid, makes them look like, basically, it makes them look like a bunch of lunatics.
He's so funny.
Lovely to meet you. Pleasure.
Oh, you just know he's a fucking weirdo.
No, she's only got a pair of flip-flops on. So I feel a bit better now. I've gone for the whitest trainers I've got. This part of Britain is the world's crop circle hotspot. There's been nearly 70 already this year, and Gary's taking me up to one of the biggest there's ever been, and it only came down a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, Middle-earth Marxists, that's who we're talking about. We weren't saying it's Danny Dyer, we were saying it's Ian Brown. Because there was an Ian Brown song on the thing. Wow. On the video.
You feel something special's happened here, didn't you?
You feel that,
you can't be, yeah, a little bit, yeah. It's just, how would you do that as a human being? How would you, it's just ridiculous. What sort of machine could you use?
Look at his head. That's so good.
Well, they say, the people who say they make it say they do it with these stamping boards, but this wheat's still alive. In the barley formations, it grows back up within a couple of days, so it's undamaged.
Other crop circles were confirmed to be people too. That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. because the guys who initially took credit for every crop circle in Britain were found to not be able to recreate some of the crop circles that they said that they created. Right? They said that they had like a specific way of doing it, and when asked to do it, they couldn't do it. And then one of the guys died, and the other guy was like, no, it was just me that did it. And it's just like all like nonsense and stuff. They definitely did some, but there's what this guy is saying is true. If you use a plank and some string, you will kill the crops, right? Because you will basically like smash them up and shit like that. There are some crop circles where at the bend in the stem of the crop, there is like a nodule that is basically gone, and it's the same kind of thing that would happen if you were to put the stem of a wheat plant or whatever in a microwave, right? So it's not entirely true that every crop circle is made by people, but a lot of them were. And a lot of people were like, yeah, Mint, this is like a cool art form that we can do, which is pretty cool, right? I still think that's pretty cool.
If you look at the straight lines, though, and
not necessarily the case that they're all made by people.
It's laid in different directions, which gives contrast from the air. So there's even attention to detail about a look from the air, which is, again, another dimension of it. One of the things we've noticed is that the nodes of the wheat, I'll pull one out.
There you go.
See these nodes? And these nodes have got little holes in them where steam has had to escape. And the scientist who's done all the analysis has basically put a bit of wheat in a microwave, and it does this.
I don't think that that's. I don't think that that is quite what that is.
And if you zap it for too long,
that doesn't look like it,
because it heats up from the inside and needs to escape, so it causes these holes. We found these in hundreds and hundreds of crop circles. So there's some mechanism which seems to be heating up the wheat.
I don't think that one particularly is a good example of that. Because I've seen ones where it's like...
Gary has convinced me that a bunch
there you go.
of larking about couldn't have done all this. But I don't quite get the connection.
Oh, this is such a poor quality image.
Extraterrestrials. Luckily, there's a man coming up the hill who does.
Well, I think that energy and information, whether it's a legacy from our past or an otherworldly intelligence, is actually focused into the plants themselves.
All makes sense to me, son. All makes
legacy from our past or an otherworldly intelligence is actually focused into the plants themselves.
Win Keach, right? Now, Han, I've told you this, yeah? But every fucking UFO guy has got like a mental name. Every single fucking UFO guy in the entire world has got the most stupid thing about me. I'm a fucking UFO guy. I'm called fucking Mule, right? No, that guy was definitely chatting a bit of rubbish for sure. But this is what people who've examined these things are talking about. That is the microwave effect that is unexplained. We can't really say it's UFOs, right? Because we just don't know what it is. But this is the unexplained microwave effect. But this is what it looks like when it's been bent over by people. Or in some cases, these will be at like right angles because obviously the stem is going to go like that, right? That's what I'm referring to, anyway.
All makes sense to me, son. All makes sense to me. You come across any circles that you would have thought are done by humans, or are they all totally from that mob up there?
From that mob up there?
Changing the direction of the lay of the crop there, and here, and there, and here, and then tufting it into a weave. Why would you do that?
No, he's chatting rubbish. There's definitely some people who've done it.
Just be running around with a couple of complete insane lunatics, you know, that are just wrapped up in this mad fantasy mystery world, but actually, you know, maybe these people know what they're talking about. You know, someone needs to try and explain it. What are you meant to do? Just ignore it? Have nothing to do with it? You know, like most people do on this earth, very small percentage, you really take these things seriously.
He's just riffing, isn't he? He's just literally riffing.
The newspaper, I'll have a look at a crop circle and go, oh, it looks a bit mad, turn the page, have a look at a pair of tits. I heard there's a pub around here where some of the geezers who say they make the
Sane lunatics, you know, that are just wrapped up in this mad fantasy mystery world, but actually, you know, maybe these people know what they're talking about. You know, someone needs to try and explain it. What are you meant to do? Just ignore it? Have nothing to do with it? You know, like most people do on this earth, very small percentage who really take these things seriously. I mean, the same here. I was the same. I'd open a newspaper, I'd have a look at a crop circle and go, oh, it looks a bit mad. Turn the page, have a look at a pair of tits.
I've heard there's a pub round here.
It's like he's getting more and more like wound up with every word. Like as he's thinking about it more and more, he's getting angrier, or he's getting like more and more distressed. It just adds to like the silliness of what he said.
With some of the geezers who say they make the circles hang out. Because I'm so convinced that aliens have their little
brilliant
hands in all of this, I'm going to get in there and have a little natter.
Crop circles in England, decades of designs. Is it some kind of mockery or some kind of sign?
Matthew?
Hello.
He's overstimulated, isn't he?
Too bad. Strong shirt you got on there, first of all. Now look, I've just experienced my first crop circle. Went up the hill, walked in it, a bit of a moment for me. Didn't know how I felt about it before. Now, I've been spending time with people that believe, obviously it's that mob.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was very impressed by how intricate
that mob.
And their design.
That mob.
Very clever. You're going to tell me otherwise, aren't you? I mean, what do you believe? What do you believe these crop circles
He's just such a fucking wide boy, isn't he? He's just like, what do you believe? What do you believe, innit?
Generally, yeah, I think you could say people are really doing this.
So you're saying that every crop circle
is proper good.
It's by humans.
Well, there's a couple that appear every year and we don't know who makes them, you know, but they are in the minor numbers and they're usually the simpler designs. Everything that's done by people is complicated geometry.
How many people would it take them to do, you know, 400 feet, say? I mean, what are you looking at?
Well, 400 foot, you need about 3 people and maybe 5 hours at night. If it was complicated, you add more people.
How many people?
Well, about three people. You could do a 400.
3 people?
Yeah. But you'd be working hard.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't think so. I've just been to the one, I can't remember what it's called, the one that's 1,500 foot. Right. One that's been added to 3 times.
Okay.
Is that down to you then, is it, Tom? Or can't you admit that in case you get...
I can't really admit anything because it's illegal activity. Yeah, you get nicked. Criminal damage.
Imagine getting banged up for that. What are you in for, mate? Yeah, crop circles.
That's fucking... I mean, that's the thing about it as well, right? It's like... Yeah, mate. We get about and fucking... Fuck farmers' crops up and shit. Just to prove that it's not aliens. I mean, it just feels pretty cringe, right? There's a point that it gets to where it's like, okay, man, we believe that humans can do this. Stop fucking up with the food supply chains. Just stop fucking with the food supply. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, Prince says, I saw a thing years and years ago of college students that have competitions to see who could create the most complex crop circles without getting caught. Yeah. There's definitely people in Britain who do that, for sure.
Lost about 2 minutes, in your opinion.
I wonder how often this is like now.
You shattered me.
Look at him with the drug rug.
Give me a feel, look.
You ever seen one of these hoodies, chat? Look at that drug rug. Do you remember them? Are they still popular? Do people wear these anymore? Drug rugs.
Oh no, you shattered my...
He's got a Che Guevara t-shirt on.
You shattered me fucking miffy, look.
Laid out in the wheat fields, under open skies. It doesn't take me too much to begin to...
Still see him now and then.
Are we living here all alone or are we...
See, I didn't expect that. I thought I was going to go in there all guns blazing and go and listen. There's aliens. You know, the fuck do you think you are? You know, there's aliens out there that it's impossible for men to do that. But actually talking to them, it's easy to get sucked in on it. I don't want to just think it's some geezer.
Only hippies wear them here, yeah.
With his arse hanging out, running around, putting bits of wood on the floor. Of course, you want to look. You want the fan.
What are you fucking on about? What did he say?
To him. It's easy to get sucked in on it. I don't want to just think it's some geezer, you know, with his arse hanging out, running around, putting bits of wood on.
What do you mean with his arse hanging out?
It's just confused me even more, really. I don't want to write it off.
Well, there's a couple that appear every year and we don't know who makes them.
See these nodes? There's some mechanism which seems to be heating up the wheat.
You know, because I do want to believe there's shit going on up there and, you know, we're on the verge of something massive, but at the same time, you know, let's not underestimate human beings.
Yeah, the reverb's quality in it. It's just confused me even more. It's dead good in it.
It looks like my search for hard evidence that aliens exist isn't going to be straightforward. But I've just heard about something so mysterious, even UFO skeptics struggle to explain it. Across the world, cases of animal mutilation have been linked to sinister alien activity.
I don't think that's true. I don't think he's right about that. And you know, like, chat, I'm a believer. I watch this shit all the fucking time in my spare time. I don't think that this is something that scientists can't explain. It's like weird fucking psychos who are like getting animals and like mutilating them and shit. You know, humans are fucking horrible people sometimes, right? Especially towards animals.
His cow
I think it's far more easy to believe this kind of a thing is done by humans if you understand like veganism and animal liberation a bit better, right?
along the Purgatory River. Her udders and reproductive organs missing.
Ghost hunting show with Danny Dyer would be crazy. Yeah, it would go hard.
Claim
I need a bit of that.
Strange series of animal deaths have a UFO connection. Ranchers have found horses and cattle dead in mysterious circumstances. In some cases, there are strange
a person
wounds
just did
to
that,
these
right?
animals, which look as if they've been caused by a laser, very precise cuts. Some of the carcasses have apparently been completely drained of blood.
I just don't believe that, like, a scalpel can do a precise cut, right? A sharp enough scalpel can do a precise cut. They can, like, cut through cartilage, like, you know, forensic morticians use them all the time, yeah? You know? A laser, like, what is this guy talking about? And this guy did used to work for the Ministry of Defense, which is why you can't take Britain seriously in literally any regard. Like, even the military is just like mental people, like just insane British brain. This guy's like, a laser? Like, fucking do like a minute of critical thinking, bro.
Reported strange things in the vicinity of areas where these deaths have taken place. Lights in the sky, UFO sightings, and many people think that extraterrestrials are effectively harvesting these unfortunate animals, removing biological material, removing genetic material, and using this in some sort of breeding program.
This guy worked for the Ministry of Defense. What a fucking
Phil Hoyle, who heads up the animal pathology field.
Normal country.
After dozens of sightings of strange lights above farmland, Shropshire has become known as a hive of UFO activity.
Shropshire?
Phil believes that aliens could be responsible for a string of bizarre animal deaths here, and is visiting local farmers whose livestock may be at risk from attack.
Hello.
When aliens ever do a breeding program with me, SMH.
Pathology Field Unit, and we are a privately
More like Cropshire.
into unusual animal deaths and disappearances in the county. We just want to know if you've had any unusual.
It's much easier to breed living cows, right?
Been found with certain characteristics on the carcasses.
Yes, I have seen sheep.
Yeah.
like that, and I can show you photographs I've got of sheep like this.
Right. Well, what's always puzzles us is how the perpetrators can access the area. At times, this would indicate that these animals have been sampled by something that's aerial, and even with helicopters, some of it would be difficult to access. So it's quite puzzling that we can never determine who's doing this or what.
You were talking about it has to have come from the air, and you said it certainly can't be a helicopter. And so you're almost giving him little hints.
I am, yeah.
Little.
I'm trying to shut him up, you see, because
he didn't go over them. What do you mean? What could it be then? Come from the air?
Yeah. If I come along and just say aliens are doing this, the people think that I'm, a nutcase.
Complete crackpot, and they think, oh.
Right.
That is. It would make more sense. This is actually what I thought he was going to say. It would make more sense if he were to take a person's reaction to that, right? Someone's doing it from the air. It would make more sense to take a person's reaction to that, which would be like, yes, I think so too. To be like, oh, this guy is biased and he's trying to make me believe that there are aliens who are doing this, right? That would make more sense, wouldn't it? It would just make far more sense, but...
We go through a process of elimination, and when the farmers come through that elimination process with us, they realise that it can't be done by predators or the village idiot.
Yeah. It isn't showing round the head, it's showing more the throat.
No blood.
No blood. No. Like having a daddy's head completely removed.
That's just something that's indicative of it, yeah. I'm not carrying shot to that. There's a decapitation sometimes even with calves.
There's no trace of the head?
No.
And the head's never found, never are they. And see, the predator wouldn't want the head. See, there's no value to a predator.
Right.
Okay.
That's not true. Also, like, I'm gonna be real, man. Like, some predators are gonna, like, be proper skittish, especially if it's a fox. Like, the kind of predators that exist in the UK are foxes and hawks or peregrine falcons or whatever, right? And I feel like check when the nearest beef farmer ships off his stock to slaughter and see if they occur around the same time these mutilated cows appear. Maybe, yeah. Bored or messed up people will mess up animals, right? Cats eat mouse brains for amino acids. Yeah, no, fucking predators. Animals don't operate in the same way that we do with our, like, capitalist, insane understanding of, like, meat products. Like, they don't think about that. They think about, what can I get nutrition from? And they will eat the eyes. What's the easiest thing for me to eat the quickest so I don't get caught? And it's normally like organs, like soft tissues, like genitals, like that's what lions do in the wild. They often like eat genitals. And so when you see these people and they're like, oh, the genitals have been removed from these animals, and I don't understand why they do that. It's just like, you just don't understand what predators do. Lions always eat with the fucking the penis. They always eat the penis or the vagine first. It's crazy, actually. Hey, Elron Hogwood, how you doing? Sometimes the aliens get it wrong and mutilate crops and form cow circles. It's true. Wait, why didn't that not work? There you go. Cats go to Meow Donald's. Yeah, that's real.
Feel like one of the Ghostbusters. This is a
why are they doing? Fix, Why are they doing this tune? Dance till you're dead.
It looks like we've set it
fucking
up,
gossip.
Phil's never been to this farm before. It's definitely real and it's definitely going on, isn't it?
It's definitely real.
These attacks are
this is BBC 3 2009 out the ass. So much. It's just like completely irrelevant music choice.
I need to
but it's just like
actually see real life alien with their own eyes.
for young people. Yeah, this is the BBC for young people.
Maybe the evidence of someone who's been abducted will help me believe that alien visitors have season tickets to planet Earth.
Season tickets? He's gonna make it all about football or reading a red top or
what do you want? What are you
being a gangster?
They're pulling us up. Run, run!
This is another Ian Brown tune.
1960s, Betty and Barney Hill had an experience.
This is actually
time.
This is actually a fucking crazy story.
Which followed having seen what
stuff about precision cuts could also be done with a sharpened hunting knife, right? Yeah.
Following them as they were on a long car journey, they actually underwent hypnotic regression.
We both described under hypnosis of the car coming to a complete halt, the electrical system dying out, a cluster of men on the highway coming toward us.
Where they tried to insert an instrument, needle-like instrument, just below my navel. And this caused pain.
That initial story of having been abducted by aliens, taken on board a spaceship, being medically examined. In other words, the classic alien abduction scenario actually kind of provided a template for stories which were to follow.
This random footage is just so good. Where does he go to America in this? I thought he was just staying in Britain.
I've come to America, the alien abduction capital of the world.
I've come to America.
A trail of a man who's had more close encounters than anyone else on the planet. The media over here are really excited about a guy called Stan Romanek, who says he's got footage of a real-life alien.
He's like the media, and it's just Fox News.
Stan Romanek joins us live from Denver, Colorado this morning.
Denver! Devin! It's Denver! It's this guy!
Window, which you claim...
Oh, I remember this.
When you look at the video, you can see the facial features move. You can see the...
I've seen this footage so many times.
They need to see proof. They need evidence.
I've been attacked. This is a fact.
Before I meet him, time for a spot of breakfast.
Sets you up nicely for the day, doesn't it?
What? Now it's just like a travel dog.
Jesus Christ.
He's like, oh, just have a big fucking steak, mate. Fucking go then. Fucking mugs. These fucking Yanks.
So I'm in America, Colorado. I'm about to drive an hour north to a place called Loveland to meet a guy called Stan.
Look at his t-shirt. Look at his t-shirt. He's got a t-shirt that says smut, and it's got the outline of a woman on it.
To a place called Loveland to meet a guy called Stan, the most famous alien abductee in America. I don't know, though. I just feel a little bit suspicious about it. So I'm going to go and spend the day
cracking B-roll there.
Try and learn a little bit about him, try and suss him out a little bit. You know, hopefully he's telling the truth. Stan claims that over
steak
the
and
last 10
pancakes.
years he's been visited by aliens many times, and that they've put implants under his skin as part of a program of secret experiments. You wouldn't expect all of this to be going on in a cul-de-sac. No bell, buzzer. Stan?
Hello.
How are you, brother? Danny.
Hello, Danny.
Pleasure to meet you, sunshine.
Come on in.
How you doing? You alright?
Pleasure to meet you, sunshine. What would you do as an American if someone called you sunshine? Would you know what to do? Would you know how to respond? You don't respond. There's no secret. You don't respond in any particular way. It's just something that we say sometimes.
This is my office.
Is it?
Oh, it's sunshine.
Loving the blinds. Stan's promised to show me some footage that's never been fully broadcast before.
I got up middle of the night to go get something to drink from the kitchen.
It's a homophobic slur.
And I'm thinking, you know, you have a camcorder. It has night shot on it. Why don't you set it up next time you see this? Turn off all the lights.
In Canada, there's a town called Regina.
That's what I did.
The actual town motto is Regina, the place that rhymes with fun.
It's outside.
Say thanks, moonlight. That's a good one.
Wow, look at that.
Now watch right here.
Wow, look at that.
No. What the hell is that?
It blinks, it moves its mouth. You can see its retinas are reflecting the infrared of the camera. Is it some guy in a mask? I can't tell you. And
wait, I thought he could tell you.
Notice me and duck down.
Fuck.
That's not human. You can tell it's not human. We call him Boo because he's playing peekaboo. We name all these guys. My wife thinks this is flippin' hilarious. Watch. Oh, what is that?
You're very camp there, Stan, yeah, but I can't get my head around that. At first, it does look...
I just think that this is just proper fake, innit? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not being funny. I just think that the way that he's acting and the way that this thing is acting is just so odd. If this is a extraterrestrial being from somewhere else and they've got supreme technology better than all of us, why is it like, I'm just gonna peek into this gaff? Oh, they've seen me, like a cartoon. Like, what are you on about? What are you on about? It's just like it's so fake, right?
Like it's flat, you know. But then, yeah, you're right. And then
it starts moving.
Moves, yeah, and then you do see that. I don't know what to, I can't deal with that. I don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah, but who would fake it like that? This guy.
All right.
Can it get any more bizarre?
Trust me. You ready?
Yeah, he bounces away from the window, all excited. It's crazy.
Then my hip. I tried to pick it out, and I couldn't get to it, so I decided to go to the doctor. The doctor took an X-ray of it, and they said, "Oh, we see something, but we're not sure what it is." And I'm yelling at this guy. I said, "Look, it's coming out. You can touch it and feel it." When it comes out, I feel this static shock that literally makes my whole leg jump. And this object is fuzzy, white fuzz. As soon as it hits the oxygen, the fuzz starts to melt. We look at it, he says, "I've never seen anything like that." It had some kind of structure inside, you can see, but I didn't know what. And that's after I cleaned it up. I put it under black light, it turned orange. I shut off the black light, it stayed orange. Sent it off to the scientists, they sent it to
his fucking face.
Virus size or germ sized computer chips in it, in tiny little microscopic gears. When they looked at it, it was nothing we had. It looked like a cross between nano and biological, some kind of nanobiological organism.
What do you mean nano?
Scientists finally got surveillance cameras up. This is October 7th, 2003. This scared me the most.
Really? More than Boo?
Yeah, you'll see why.
Okay.
This was leaked to us. It's a top secret government document with my name on it.
And it says...
What do you mean? This is just a fraction of Stan's massive archives.
Project Romanik.
Project Romanik.
The impact font is so funny.
We'll try our best not to miss it this time. We will follow up as things unfold. Air Intelligence Agency Division. I can understand why that's frightened you more than anything else.
Right, let's read this. Be advised, we expect Romanek to have a visitor soon. We will try our best not to miss it this time. Their closest proximity is convenient to say the least. Also, HPM worked, Van incapacitated, but Mr. Romanek is smart and stubborn and has a strong support system. They're glazing him. The Pentagon, I'm sorry, but like the Pentagon, the war crime central of the world, of the universe perhaps, right? Are you telling me right now that the Pentagon is going to glaze anyone that they are observing, that they are surveilling? Mr. Romanek is smart and stubborn and has a strong support system. This is like he's writing a dating bio. That's so stupid. If Romanek stays at location, HPM can be used on residents and parties involved if available. As you know, subject must be in range. We will follow up as things unfold. What are they talking? What is he on about? Like a Havana syndrome, ray gun?
Yeah, I mean, why do you feel... I mean, look, I'm looking at evidence. I mean, I can't... my brain is trying to compute what I've just seen there. And, you know, why is that not splashed over every news channel all over the world? Why is it being just...
Because it's obviously just something that he has written.
To the carpet.
Because they have... Maybe they're afraid to lose control of the population.
They want to take this guy down, but he's too smart and handsome and too many people like him. What was that on the shelf behind him?
Thank you. it this time.
Yeah, there's like a weird. Okay, well he's got
cameras up.
Yeah. What is that?
It's even weird.
Hang on.
Scientists finally got surveillance cameras.
Thank you, Stan Romanek. Something 2007. I can't make it out. It's too blurry, chat. Or was it something that was actually on the shelf?
You'll see why.
Okay.
This was leaked to us.
Just looks like he's got a bunch of documents on the back there.
We have.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Stan.
We'll see you.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for coming.
See you soon.
I enjoyed it.
Thank you. I cannot believe what I've just witnessed with my own eyes. Some of the shit he showed me in there is unbelievable.
What do you mean? Danny Dyer. What are you talking about? He's probably being like, yeah, it's proper mental, all that stuff is so weird. It's so messed up and weird and gross. What do you mean, man? Like, what? It's a whimsical existence of Danny Dyer. Like, he is right. I can't believe anything he says. Yeah. God, that's funny. Oh, that's funny as hell. Right, chat. Okay, it's been 4 hours. I do apologize. I'd love to finish this with you, but yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go finish my video. I gotta go finish filming my video. It's unfortunately very late, and it's probably gonna take me a couple of hours. So, yeah. Don't go anywhere though. Join me for the raid. As I said yesterday, makes me look cool and popular when you all stay here for the raid. So please consider doing that. We're not gonna raid a politics streamer or anything like that. We're gonna raid someone doing something fun. We're gonna raid my friend Murphy. They are a awesome person. Please join me for the raid. And don't forget, this is not my last stream of the week as it normally would be. I am going to be doing a DJ stream tomorrow at 9 PM UK time. We are going to spin some tunes. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a bit of a rave as a reward for getting me to the halfway point on the dono goal this month. So yeah, join me for that tomorrow. It's going to be fun. If that's not your bag, I'll be back on Sunday with Red Planet on the Red Planet channel, which you can find in this link here. And don't forget to check out all of my socials, and don't forget to check out all of my YouTube and my Patreon and all that kind of business. Maybe not Patreon, maybe Patreon. There you go. So yeah, please consider supporting me and checking out the extra bonus content after the stream. And as I say, I'll be back tomorrow. But if the DJ stream isn't your bag, I'll be on Sunday on Red Planet. And if that's not your bag, I'll be back here on Monday to talk about more serious stuff, covering the news, etc., etc., etc. Thank you so much for all the support. It's been really, really, really cool this week. Like, all the support, how big the stream is growing, and it's just crazy. So thank you so much for all of that. I will see you when I see you. Take it easy. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace.